Alright, on the new shoko thanda khwam, masaiati, shadal kwetsan iche, shadal yunin je, agunda iche, ing Luke Campbell iche, gachanke, ajudanke, and I am from a small little village called Shadal, and in English it means little sunny mountain place. And I'm going to be your MC for today. I know some of you were honored to have the Minister McLean here yesterday emceeing, and I know you guys got a special guest yesterday as well. And also, I'm interested to hear who went to Dreaming Roots last night at the Yukon Arts Center. Wasn't that amazing? It is so awesome to see Yukon First Nations history in a beautiful performance like that. It blew me away. I had the privilege of going as well. So we are going to be having some panelists today. They are gearing up and ready to go. First of all, there's a couple things that I want to mention to you guys. As you know, masks are not mandatory in the Yukon anymore. However, it is recommended that you do wear a mask. There's hand sanitizer available outside, and there are washrooms to the left for Dakan and Agajal. There's gender-neutral washrooms if you go to the right. Follow past the kitchen, and on your left, you will see a gender-neutral wheelchair-accessible washroom. And there's also washrooms for Dakan and Agajal farther down the hall there. If you develop any symptoms, COVID-like symptoms, please let Erin Corbett and Marion Vitrak know. Their contact information is on the last page of the program that you have. So all these sessions are going to be live streamed, and they're also being recorded. They are on the Arctic Arts Summit platform, and they're also on Facebook Live. So we are live on the internet right now. The map that you guys have on your pamphlet there is a little out of date. So it has been updated on the digital platform as well to say that there are 14 First Nations in the Yukon, and it actually outlines all the traditional territories of the First Nations. We are honored to be here on the traditional territory of Ta'an Kwechan and Kwanlindan First Nation, and we are in the beautiful Kwanlindan Culture Center housed by Taga Show. And I'm so excited to always be here, and I know this panel is going to be amazing. I know two of the panelists, and I was listening to one of the panelists singing this morning, which was a nice way to start my morning. So let's get into it. If you guys are hungry, there is food available outside in one of the white tents. If you have special dietary restrictions, your name will be on your food. Don't take anybody's food if there's a name on it, okay? There's a name on it, don't take it. If you guys are on social media, don't forget to tag Arctic Arts Summit on your social media accounts. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, it is hashtag, used to be called #, hashtag Arctic Arts Summit 2022. And there's also a lot going on in the afternoon as well, if you guys aren't aware. I'm gonna make a couple more announcements after our panel. So I'm gonna kind of move into the panel, and I'll make a little bit more housekeeping notes after. Our first panel that we have today is Intergenerational Perspectives on Languages, Land, and Art. And there are translations available if you have a listening device as well. I don't think there's any translations available in Tlingit or Dunke, is there? Tleg. But we do have some translators here who might be able to translate for us. Just kidding. All right, so our first panel is the United Nations has declared 2022 and 2032 as the decade of Indigenous languages. How can artistic practice support language revitalization efforts, and how can this celebration support community well-being? I want you guys to enjoy the panelists, which are here from around the world today across the Circumpolar North, as they reflect on opportunities to strengthen Indigenous languages through the arts and beyond. And I would like to introduce our moderator, Barbara Filion, who will be doing the moderating for this first session. So enjoy, everyone, and I'm going to pass it over to Barbara.
Bonjour, hello. Kedain Sutat, a Tlingit word that I've just been taught by my friend Tina here, which means welcoming a beautiful day. We're going to start off with a song. Hans Henrik has graciously agreed to gift us a song to just set the right tone for our panel today. Thank you.
So I'm going to be singing in Greenlandic, which is my mother tongue, and we'll talk about the song afterwards. Unnuangasin nayokpait sinnetuma nuannersumik allarumanga misigisak nuanneqaq nalunagu inunerub nuannersub allarumanga aqusineq inuninnun allangueqiso misiganga aqusarlugu idinnikuma asavagid asangaqpagid sinnatum unnuami takorlortaga akunnermi ataseq nammangida kinanerid tamad nasuyassallu misigisaq inuninnun allangueqiso Qudamnanga misira qullungu ilagisariaqarluutsi asavagid asangaqpagid sinnatum unnuami takorlortaga sinnatum unnuami takorlortaga.
That was beautiful. Also reminded me that sometimes we don't need translations to understand things. So language is more than communication in that sense, right? Thank you. Do you want to tell us a little bit about this song?
Yes, it's a song of our great singers, songwriters from Greenland, Rasmus Lypat, and it was sung in Greenlandic. And this song is telling how he met this beautiful girl in his dreams. And in one of the lyrics it says, 1 hour is not enough to tell you about who you are. And I just want to say, we are a lot of people with history, and I thought it was appropriate to sing that song. It's a love song to someone. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Hoyen.
And 1 hour will not be enough for us to convey, I think, the richness of Indigenous languages, which is what we're here to talk about today. Tanishnikeshin, Barbara Filion. My name is Barbara Filion. I'm a member of the Innu Nation from Mashtuyash Pequakami in Quebec. I'm also here today as a representative of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, so UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Thank you to Kwanlindun First Nation and to An Gwachan Council for welcoming us here in their territory and hosting us in this really beautiful longhouse. And thank you to the elders yesterday for starting us off in a good way, and to Phil Gansby for lighting and keeping the fire. It's really an honor to be moderating this intergenerational and international panel today that's going to explore the connections that are inextricable between Indigenous languages, land, culture, and art. The Canadian Commission for UNESCO is proud to collaborate with the Arctic Arts Summit to host this panel as part of our efforts to raise visibility and awareness for the UN's International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which just started this year. The decade is both personally and professionally important to me. I did not have the opportunity to learn my language, Inuamun. I've given myself a decade to learn how to order a moose meat sandwich in Inuamun. Just kidding. But in all seriousness, my personal goal is to express myself in the language of my ancestors in a way that they weren't always allowed to do. So UN decades are created to draw the attention of decision makers and the general public to complex issues, to call for collective awareness and concrete commitments. This decade is an urgent call to action. Some linguists predict that 50 to 90% of the 7,000 languages in the world today, most of them being indigenous, will go extinct in the next century. Languages are the roots of cultural identity. They nourish us and they guide our ways of thinking and doing. Each indigenous language reflects unique worldviews, values that are linked to the environment, to spirituality, our traditions, relationships, to community and individual well-being. Every language is important. It enriches the cultural web of humanity, and when one strand or one language is weakened, the whole web is weakened. We have a decade to create sustainable structures and enact solutions building on the ongoing work of our ancestors and many of you here today and around the world. We'll be exploring today the interconnectivity between land, language, and art. But before delving into our conversation, I'll ask Sky Tina Jules, an Indigenous language educator, and many more things that she'll tell us about later, just to give us an overview of the languages of this territory, their status, and maybe give us a few greetings also in the languages.
Sure. So yak e tutat takatuan, gunas chish tagish kwan, ka kwan lin kwan, haani kach hidat ye ye. Skyda u yuchatu so klingak enach. My Tlingit name is Skyda u. In the Yukon, we have 14 First Nation governments, 11 of them with self-government agreements, and we have 8 different languages. 2 distinct language families. There's Tlingit, and then there's the Dene languages. In all of those languages, as many people know, especially on the panel here, there are dialects within each language. And there are also differences in writing, which is part of the dialects. All of our languages in the Yukon are in an absolute critical state. We have communities where we don't have a fluent speaker that is living to support our new learners or to teach the language. In the majority of our communities now, we have the fluent speakers we have left are really elderly. They're quite often, can't work for a whole day due to being old and some health issues. In many of our communities, we're lucky if we have 1 or 2 capable, healthy, fluent speakers that can come and help us with learning the language. So when we say a critical state, in many of our communities, it's under 5 speakers, living fluent speakers. Highly fluent, the type that can say anything they want with spontaneity. They don't have to study or anything like that. We have a new generation of learners, like Skyda U here. We have many First Nations that are working really, really hard with the limited resources we have to try and bring their languages back. So there's a lot of action on the ground there. That's part of what we'll be talking about today is in the next decade, what we hope for our languages and what we think needs to be done from an international, somewhat perspective. So I'll leave it at that. I'd also like to say Van Gwinsi, Kame Hozo, Kame Sothan, Nkleo Shokwathan, Shrothan, and Yuk E Tsutat, Kedane Tsutat, and Dinta. And that's basically a greeting in all of our languages here in the territory. So good morning to all of you. Gunashchish ha iari, Gunashchish, thank you all for coming, Shonithan. A little bit of a mix of languages, but I think that's fitting. Gunashchish.
Definitely. Chinashkamitan. That's a really important overview of the languages of this territory, and to give a bit of a national overview as well. There's about 70 plus languages, Indigenous languages in Canada, and they're all at different states. Some of them, like Etskamek, you have over 98% of the Etskamek communities that speaks the language, and in other instances, there are just a handful of people. So those are important things to consider when thinking about the decade, and sort of the needs of different communities are very different across Canada and the world. And there's also some similarities that I think we'll hear about as we get into the discussion. But before that, I'm just going to ask the panelists to say a little bit about themselves and the work that they do. And I'm going to start with you again. Tina, please.
She's really picking on me.
I'm really picking on you. I'll leave you alone eventually.
As I mentioned, Skydeu Yukhatu Saklinkak Enach. My Tlingit name is Skydeu. Daklasha Ayachat. I'm a woman from the Eagle Clan, Deslink Kwan Khat Wagut. I come from Teslin. Tagish Achnechli City. My home is in Tagish. Achye Janei. Principal, Destruction Bay. I'm a principal up in Destruction Bay. And I'm also, I guess, part of me being here today is I'm doing my PhD studies, and it's looking at the decolonization of Yukon First Nation languages in Yukon schools. And I'm happy to be here. And again, thank you all for coming this morning.
Thank you. We have another Skydau. May I ask you to introduce yourself, please?
Yaketsu Tot, good morning, everyone. I'd first like to start out with a land acknowledgement. Kaya aduane ten achtawasigu ganalchish yuhas dayacha ka kaye dunk e kwan kata anquich ankwan hastu ani kaye jechane ye yawaka kayeshi. With respect, I would like to thank the Dunk E and Ta'anquichan people for allowing me to work on your land. And these are the words of Keishi Bessie Cooley. Skaidu ach saitsu kleklicht lekachenach duji dakla sha ayachat deslin kwan chatsati roach nach saisati deslin ye chat uachatsu ach kla kagane yudu asauk Connie Jules le kachenach ach lich dukla kashdach kla mini Jules le kachenach ka ach lich dukla skyda u yudu sagun late Mary Graffy Jules le kachenach. So I said my name is Skyda U. I choose to not use my English name. I'm a woman of the Eagle Clan. I belong to the Teslin people. I am of Wolf moiety, and I was raised in Teslin too. My mom is Kagane, she's in the audience, and Connie Jules in English. My grandma is Kashdach Kla and Minnie Jules in English, and my grandma's mom was Graphy Jules and Skyda'u and Shlingit, and I'm her namesake, so I'm named after her. And so I introduced my matrilineal line to really showcase where I'm from, who are the people that stand behind me and the work that I do, and it represents the matrilineal power in my community. Yida Yejinei Tin GPI Atlantic Ka Vidia Wuch In Ka Hasati Wushya Ayaduane Ha'ani Ka Atgatu Adi Kwan Kach Gutlakau Wushwe Yatki Seganen. Right now, I work with GPI Atlantic and Vidia. We are together working towards respect for all, so intersectionality, but there isn't a word for that in Tlingit. So I'm fighting for our earth and animal people with the Children of Tomorrow, Yukon First Nations Climate Action Fellowship. Never give up on your dreams. Yida yan chagut skun Tlingit yuchatangi kaha kusti kaha shagun kach. UAS ka SFU de wushtin, ha yuchatangi de scholar tsi Alaska. Chat yenasni ha yuchatangi kach, chat yenasni ha kusti kach. Cha'an ku'a nauk yachyati ha ku'ude Yesu yadu uhan ka ke ha nashtzin. Never give up on your dreams. Right now I go to school for the Tlingit language, our way of life, and our culture at the UAS and SFU universities. I am a Tlingit language scholar for C Alaska, and I do it for our language. I do it for our way of life, although it is like medicine to our people. We are here, and we are getting stronger. Ganashish.
Next, Hans-Henrik Chuesak-Poulsen. Would you introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Hans-Henrik Chuesak-Poulsen. I go by the nickname Hoho Chuesak. And I come from a place of 50 people called Gangertluk. And I lived there until I was 9 years old, and I moved to Qaqaltaqsuaq, which has about 800 people, and it's in Disco Island. Then I moved to Norway to study dance, music, and singing. And after 1 year, I moved to Nuuk, where I started at I would say high school. Then from 2012 to 2014, I went to the National Theatre of Greenland, and I graduated in 2014. And I've been working as a freelance actor ever since. And as you heard before, I also sing, but I also do clothing design, so for my own personal gain, but also for other productions. So for the later 2 or 3 years, I've been going more into the clothing designing. So like this beautiful black anorak that I'm wearing here, something I made for this occasion. So thank you.
And we also have the pleasure of having Harold Gaske with us. Harold.
Turn to the yellow one, yes. Joo, Pueridi Mubialiske, mulla on Arne Juhana ja Anne Juhana ja Arne Ristena Harald. Ja Lendianus seitä seede ja illuan huisaakkale täppetinkuun on niidit. I'm Arne Risten ja Anne Juhan Harald in Sami, and I think in this connection I'll rather speak more about my background instead of who I am and what I do in my professional life, because I used to say in connections like this that I'm really happy that I'm born at the time when I was born in the mid-50s, because that was before the introduction of TV, and that was at the time when the traditional livelihoods still were thriving, and really it was possible to make a livelihood out of that. So I grew up fairly traditionally and learned Sami as my first language, both on my mother's and father's side. And I learned how to practice or conduct the traditional livelihoods. I must admit, I've never done that myself, but since after that becoming an academic, I find it very appropriate to having the theoretical knowledge about all the traditional livelihoods instead of then having to practice them for making a living. But anyway, that also meant that I actually grew up with lots of storytelling and have that background, which I'm really happy for, because that was then one of the driving forces for me when I wanted to seek education. And that's the other reason I'm so happy that I was born 10 years after the Second World War, when Norway really had started to make progress again. So it was possible for kids coming from small communities like Hans Henrik. Mine community also consisted of like 50 persons altogether. But still I could go to the high school and then continuing with university, and after a while university became my workplace. So having all that storytelling, all those traditional practices as my background, it was very natural to choose Sami literature as my field of study, because literature also covers storytelling, and it gives you an opportunity to really delve into traditional values and the worldview of the people. So I'm happy for that, and that's what I'm mainly doing in my teaching and research now. But it took me 20 years, of course, because it was a Western schooling I went through, and it took me 20 years to realize that, well, I can't just continue to be a white man in a Sami school system. So over the last decade or few decades, I started to Samify my teaching, make it more in accordance to Sami values and worldviews, and which then also combines and correlates very well with this new indigenous methodology, thinking that we are all practicing more or less all over the indigenous world. Sorry for the long introduction, but that's me. You always run the risk giving the mic to a university professor, because then he'll speak for 45 minutes and then take a 10-minute break and continue for another 45 minutes.
Thank you all for sharing a little bit more about yourselves and the work that you do. I thought we'd start off by inviting you to share a word from each of your languages that sort of gives a glimpse into your worldviews. And I'm not going to pick on you, Tina. I'm going to ask Harold to start, if you don't mind.
Yes, very. Why do I always get the ones that don't? Okay. You're just trying to make me nervous here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, that was a very good question. We got that prior to the panel, so I actually had time to think about it, and I chose Guldalit in Sami, which means to listen, and it means actually to listen to and listen for. It means to listen with your ears, but you can also listen with your hand, and it also contains the ability to listen in order to learn and to respect. So a child should listen to his or her parents and grandparents, and in that way become a good citizen after a while, and then but also listening to the surroundings, listening to the earth, listening to the birds, animals, and having that communication going on with all your environment is really important. And I think when we are speaking of traditional knowledge and also the respect for the elders, listening is really, or guldalit is really a good term to choose in that connection, because gives all the associations to a good life, where you pay respect to the traditional values, you pay respect to your neighbors, and you really listen to what our co-inhabitants, the animals, the birds, the grass, the land, also says to you. So being able to receive all the messages you get and to transform them into your way of living then.
Skydao, would you go next with a word that's meaningful to you?
Sure. Is this working? Oh. Yeah, I'm glad we got some time to think about it as well. The word for me that I thought of was Iguayajuan, and that word, we use it when if you've lost a family member and you're grieving and you want to not just comfort someone, but give them some guidance, really soft guidance on do the best that you can do. It just means so much. And when I think about my daughters when they were little and we'd be taking them to school, Iguayajuan or Yiguayajuan, there's two of them. And that would mean, again, similar, but it's like have courage, be brave, do your best. And then I would throw in some English to them too. It also means to respect your teacher and remember that you're going to school to learn. Treat everybody good. And we use that word in other ways too. It's almost like in doing your best, in going forward, moving forward in life, don't forget who you are. You are Daklasha, you are Eagle. You're from the Eagle clan. You represent all of us. And so that means so much about how we behave, how we conduct ourselves, how we speak. Because if you don't, there's always, if you do something wrong, that reflects not just on you, but your family and your whole clan and your community. And it's like a code of conduct all in its own, but it's positive and very similar to what you were talking about. So, Iguayajuan.
Beautiful. It sounds like I almost hear there's also something about past, present, future all tied into that word.
Which makes me think of the other word I was going to share. Ha-shuka. That's, some of you may know it that are sitting down, that are from the Yukon here, as being a different version of it. Ha-shagun, our history. Ha-shuka, those that have come before us, our ancestors. Those of us here right now, including our children, everybody here in this life, and those that are going to come. And I'll talk more about that because I was thinking about what does language mean to me from the perspective, when I think about it from the framework of Ha-shuka. So, yeah, it's all tied together. It really isn't separate.
Yeah. Hans Henrik, you don't have one? Okay, no worries. Do you have a word you want to share with us?
My auntie took all the good ones. No. Yeah, I was thinking of the word, it's short and sweet, but it's ku'u. 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 And I learned about this word recently, and the more that I learn language, the more phrases become my favorite, and so it's kind of hard to choose one. But this one, the ku means people, and the u means the world. So it represents this relationship of the world owning us as people and the people owning the world. And so it represents this balance, this reciprocal relationship, and holding each other up. And without one, there will not be the other.
Beautiful. Hans Henrik.
I have one now. So the ones of what I've heard, the ones I've thought about was ayung idak amma. Ayung idak, it means, directly translated, it's not bad. And amma, it means again. So ayung idak amma, like if you fail at anything, you would say, ayung idak amma, come on, you got this, you can do it again. So ayung idak means it's okay, do it again. So ayung idak amma.
That's a good word to know when you're learning a language. Right, yeah. So you all shared words that have so much meaning and so much depth and nuance, and I wondered what you thought about translation. So what gets lost in translation? What gets found in translation? What approaches do you think we should take when thinking about translating Indigenous languages? I'm going to ask Harold to kick us off with this one.
Hans Henrik has a very good story about that, but all right, because I do a lot of translations of poetry into Norwegian and English from Sami. So, representing minority languages and indigenous languages, we always are dependent on translations because we can't, of course, speak our own language, but if no one understands what we're saying, then there's really no communication going on. So translation is really fundamental for indigenous peoples, and we need good translators. But that said, I also think it is important in the sense, because we're also speaking about the meaning and the position of arts compared in connection with indigenous languages and the indigenous language decade. And I think art has the possibility of really getting across with the message much easier than we do in traditional education and schooling and research. So therefore I found it really satisfying to translate poetry. And even though I try to be quite loyal to the original text, but of course it is a new, every translation is an interpretation, the first interpretation, but also a new version of the original. But still, I think at least what I've learned from my practice is that it's really interesting to hear the response and what kind of new associations the translation gives to the new reader, the non-Sami reader. So sometimes you're surprised, well, that wasn't really the content of the Sami original, but of course languages are like that, and like poetry it's art, and art gives you different kinds of understanding. You interpret it differently. So again, this richness that languages creates, and the freedom it holds for everyone to have his or her own interpretation of what they read, I feel is really great, and it's something that we should acknowledge and also be happy about. So, because sometimes I feel the indigenous peoples are so narrow-minded in our way of expressing ourselves that if it's not totally literally translated into the mainstream, into the majority language, then we complain about it. Well, that wasn't what I meant. But that's not the way communication should go, because you also should give freedom to the receiver of the message to interpret it in his or her own free way. So no, I really like translations, even though the original, of course, always is the best.
Thank you. Hans Henrik, you had something to say.
We talked about work and how language affects your work. In terms of being an actor, language is like one of the most important things of them all, because not only have we the language, we also have the body, but we also have the mind. And a lot of the times when we work as an actor, we often have directors from outside who don't speak Greenlandic, our language. And it is often that we work trilingually, so we would like speak Greenlandic to our mates, like and then we would speak Danish to the other, and then most of the times we would speak English to the director or whatever language that they speak. And sometimes it's very hard, like, to work trilingually every day for 2 months. And we often have, if they want us to Greenlandify or Inuitify the show, direct translation often doesn't work, because many communities and many cultures have different ways of thinking, and Inuit have a certain way of thinking as well. So for example, if we were to translate something directly into the Greenlandic, it wouldn't make sense for us. We have to shift it and make it more our version of whatever that topic is. So language is very important, but also making them more Greenlandic so Greenlandic people can understand is very important as well.
Thank you. I'm curious from educator, learner perspectives, how you guys think about translation. Did you want to go first, Kaido?
Yeah, I can go first. I was just thinking of a story of when I first started to learn language and working with my elder Anaslahash Sam Johnson. And I had all my scripts ready to do recordings. And I would, for example, some of the phrases could have been like, that beautiful iridescent bird flying with fluttering wings. It's like, that doesn't translate to Tlingit. That's not how our people would describe things like that. We would have to switch their mindset. So from 2.5 years of straight learning language, I have come to this point of really like thinking, how would our old people say this? To really like deconstructing and decolonizing my brain, and to try to think of it and flip the script. And it cuts a lot of time in half, and still it does change again. Once they translate it to English again, it'll change again. So it's really interesting to work with some elders and then different elders, because they even have different ways that they would translate something. Like it means something different to somebody else, but it could be around the same lines. But for some elders, they only want their translation and transcription to be the last one on that work if you're working with them. So it's interesting to see and navigate this in like my language learning process, to really like hold up and honor the speakers, but at the same time to still keep the language learning movement, and to try to use these not as something to hold us back, but to honor each speaker and honor our ancestors' words, because their words are the ones that live on through these translations, and to be able to share this with our people who not all the time can take the time out of their lives to learn our languages, but still should learn this beautiful way and poetic way that we used to describe things.
Hans-Henrik, you had something you wanted to jump in.
I thought of, we did a performance in January. We had a Japanese director, and it was a story of a little girl, as a story from Nepal. And the show itself was called The Little Goddess. And we don't have a word for goddess in Greenlandic, so we were thinking, what should we name this story or that performance? And we were asking on Facebook, we were asking our friends, and it ended up being Islom Nachtungwak, the little holy one, because that's the best, closest translation we could get to. So
yeah, that's a great story. There's also this, we discussed a little bit yesterday, this idea of modernizing the language as well, which we'll get to, but I want to give you a chance, Skaidau, to talk a little bit about translation and how it affects your work as an educator and a learner.
Thanks, everybody, for sharing. When I think about translation, it's from the perspective of me being a learner. And yeah, it's definitely can be a sensitive topic that does need attention and a delicate approach. For me, it did not help me to learn just to have a general translation. I'll give you an example. Tlingit Shawat Khatsiti. I am a Tlingit woman. That's what it would say in all of the language books, right, when we were learning. But when you go deeper into the language, and I'd like to acknowledge Dr. James Crippen here, Zeesh, who is generous with his linguistic knowledge. Tlingit is human being, so Tlingit Shawat Chatsati. Tlingit is human being, no gender there. Shawat is woman, like a woman, like it's specific to that. Chat, that's me, who I am. And it's not just me, it's everything about me. Sati is like the way I exist, the way I am, that's me here in this world. And so I have often thought, gee, how come I wasn't taught all of that when I learned Tlingit Shawat Chatsati? Because it would have really, really helped me. And so when I look at a lot of the resources in the Yukon, it's almost like we need to go back and we could call it decolonize, or we could call it adding our perspective to the translations that are done, because most of them are general, like I am a Tlingit woman, right? If we have, I find as a learner, if we have segmenting, which breaks down the language and tells you what each part means, and glossing, that's another level of translations, and general, show some different examples of general, and then have the person make sense of it themselves. To me, from a pedagogical, from a teaching perspective, that would really help, would have helped somebody like me. So it's interesting when you look at all my language resources, if you come to my place, I have flagged every pedagogical issue I can think of. So there's stickies everywhere for ideas on how can we strengthen our documentation inclusive of our translations for the purpose of teaching and for the purpose of learning. So
on a similar vein, we often hear elders say that languages come from the land, they're shaped by the land. We talked a little bit about modernizing languages. We know that Indigenous people, we live in different places and not always on the land. So how do you see the impacts and the relationship between language, land, and where we live? And maybe how art can maybe bridge things or not? Harold, did you want to start off on that?
Oh, yes. Like in Sami, we have lots and lots of terms for snowy conditions. More than 300. We actually compete with Greenlandic there, but I think we are on the winning side there. And that's actually true, because there are linguists who doubt that we do have that many terms, but we do, and it's easy to understand that with the traditional livelihoods and the knowledge you needed about snow and ice in earlier times, it was natural then that the language developed a lot of specific terms to that. But the same with reindeer, the salmon. I come from Dietno, which is a big and good salmon river for the wild Atlantic salmon, which now definitely is under threat because of all this farming industry that has all these lies and lies in both ways. They are lying about the importance of farmed salmon, and they bring a lot of lies that kill the original wild salmon. But that's another story. But anyway, we have lots of terms for salmon, and so in that sense, it also is a challenge for translations on that side. But on the other side, it also points to the close relationship there has been between the language and the livelihoods and definitely the land. So, and we are connected to land, and it's all about the land for Indigenous people. So what is important to mention in this setting, and when we're talking about the UN Indigenous Decade for Indigenous Languages, is that we need to pay much more attention to the to the richness of the traditional languages, and not look at them just as tradition in an old way, that it's something that has to do with olden times, but it's not relevant anymore. We need to develop our languages into being relevant for today's world, today's activities, and look at languages as really a great reservoir for the knowledge we have, the knowledge that has made us into who we are as indigenous people. So if we lose the language, we lose so much of our knowledge and our identity, because identity then, of course, is connected to yourself, to your ability to communicate with the land, with others. So language is so much more than just a means of communication. So in that sense, it definitely ties you to your community, it ties you to your background, it ties you to the land where you live. But it is, of course, also a wonderful means of communicating with the rest of the world. So doing it on our own terms, but in ways that are understandable for everyone. So, yes, languages is something that really needs not only a decade, but really some appraisal and lots of happiness around it. So instead of just speaking of languages as something complicated, we should rather look at them as something that is fun and great fun to work with.
Yes, I had an elder say to me recently, our language smiles, like they're just trying to capture the sort of the joy in the language. Yeah, thank you for that. I also think that languages, like in terms of for the benefit of humankind, they are guides to sustainable living, and so they do hold those keys. Did you want to comment on that, Skyda?
Yeah. Currently I'm a part of this beautiful program called the Children of Tomorrow. It's built up from all of the 14 Yukon First Nations, and we're all youth from across this territory. And so we get together and create like an action plan and a reconnection vision and action plan, talking about the way that we're reconnecting with the land, with our language, with our ways of life, our culture, because we believe it's all interconnected. And in this work that we do with revitalizing our ways of life, we're finding all of these intricate interconnections and these almost like rule books or these secrets that are being unlocked from our indigenous languages of how we were natural stewards of the land and how we took care of the land and how we lived in harmony with our non-human relatives. There's a word in Tlingit that's called Kwan, and it means the people of. But when we refer to trees, we say Os Kwan, the tree people. We refer to many of our non-human relatives as people because we hold them up to that same respect as we do ourselves. And it represents this way, this deep respect that as Indigenous peoples and our language holds these secrets that we have for protecting our lands and protecting our ways of life because it's interchangeable, it's connected. I just think back to this past semester in university where I had the experience to work on a dugout canoe. So it was a 40-foot dugout canoe made from a red cedar log. And we blessed the log before we even started, and we thanked the tree people because we have a phrase in Tlingit that's and it means in everything there's a spirit. And so this art and the way that we do things like carving this red cedar log, it really shows this full circle of like coming from the tree people to this art form and being able to work as something that's sustainable for our people to revitalize our culture. So, Ganesh Chish.
For sharing that. Hans Henrik.
As I mentioned before, I come from a place of 50 people where majority of them only speak Greenlandic, and my grandparents and my parents, they don't speak English or Danish at all. And I remember I must have been around 7 or 8 years old when a boy from Qaqattaso came to Kangatluk, and he was counting from 1 to 10 in English, and I thought, that's so cool. Like, I want to be able to do that. So when we moved to Qaqortaqsuaq, that's where I started learning Danish and English. So I could make myself understandable. But then I moved to Norway, and I started learning Norwegian and Spanish as a second language. And I actually ended up forgetting Danish when I came back. When I came to Greenland, everyone was like, and it sounded so awful in my ears because I was used to Norwegian language now. But then I came back to Qaqortaqsuaq, where my grandparents live, also my parents, and I started to listen to my grandparents, and a lot of the words that they say I didn't understand because I have forgotten about it because I learned Norwegian. And I would use, like, while listening to them, I would use my dictionary to understand some words. Then I said, I have to get my together, and learn their language fully. And so I started eavesdropping, like, also other dialects of Greenland, especially East Greenland and northern part of Greenland. And I would tell, because we have 3 main dialects in Greenland, which is West Greenlandic, Thule dialect, and East Greenlandic dialect. And I would tell my friends, don't use West Greenlandic on me, use your own dialects. And when I don't understand anything, I will, let you know so I can understand what you're talking about. And so I started learning their dialect, and I started learning Inuit dialect as well. But then I came to Canada. It must have been in 2014 or 13. There were people from Nunavut and Nunavik, and I told them, use your dialect so I can understand. So I actually started learning Nunavik dialect, which is northern Quebec of Greenland, Inuktitut. And and it gives you this deeper understanding of all Inuit languages, how they all are connected to each other. I remember a friend telling me there was during ICC in the 80s, there was this elder from East Greenland listening to a man from Alaska, Inupiaq. And he took off his hearing aids or, translating equipment because he could understand what he was saying. Like, we're so far away, but still language connects us all. So I'm still learning the different languages and different dialects of Inuit languages, and hopefully I'll make use of them in the future. Yeah.
That's amazing. It's just amazing. We only have a few minutes left, and I was fearful of this, that we'd run out of time. I do want to ask each of you really quickly to share with us what you hope to see at the end of this decade of Indigenous languages. And Skydau, I'm going to pick on you because it's my last chance to do that.
We just met yesterday. I was thinking about that question that we went over, and what I would like to see. Well, I think it's sufficient time and I'm going to talk about the Yukon here, and I think it's sufficient time to have all 8 of our languages recognized as official, not less than official languages in the Yukon Territory, right alongside English and French, number 1. Number 2, that our First Nation governments and Yukon government as well start initiating full-bore, not only language training programs, but for business to start being done in the language. And of course, that would initiate training programs that need to happen and incentive programs for the staff they have or their citizens. I'd like to see where language is vibrant in our homes for those that are either they have families with young kids or they're going to have kids. Lots of them. Just to bring that back where our young ones, that's the language they hear when they're in the womb. That's the language they're born into. and that's the language that they are fluent in. And of course, English is going to come alongside that. You're going to pick it up, it's all around us. And so by the time they get to school, that they're actually fluent. So I think in 10 years, it gives us enough time to look at school programs. They don't necessarily need to be designed around to teach children language, because in the best case scenario, the children would be speaking the language already. So the K-12 program would enhance the language similar to how it does to English and French. I would like, yesterday I was thinking about, oh, you told me to be fast? Gee, I was just going here. Going down a berry trail for sure. I'd like public places to go where I can go and have dinner in Tlingit or dinner in Dundee or go to the movie, and I don't have to speak English there. And we have to create those places to go, not just in our traditional territories on our lands, but in public places. I think a lot about Yukon First Nations citizens or First Nations people, Indigenous people in Canada, the people that don't live on their settlement lands. That is over half the people now. And I was listening to Dr. Lorna Williams, watching her videos last night, and Murray Sinclair, listening to him, and they just reminded me that people who do not live on their settlement lands have a right to their language just as much as those that live back at home. They shouldn't be deprived of it. And so I'd like to see things like that addressed within 10 years, and I think it's sufficient time to be able to have fluent-speaking teachers, fluent-speaking lawyers, fluent-speaking doctors, and just to keep going for it. I know we get tired, but if you give yourself time to experience the joy and the fun in our language, it just cracks us up. Like, looking at Kagane, we're cracking up right now. Gonna sheesh.
I know that Harold's going to be fast because he has a panel to go moderate. So, Harold,
Yeah, I'll be short for once. And because in an ideal world where we would have lots of economic resources, personal resources, and so on, I would really love to see more inter-tribal, inter-indigenous languages translations, and so we could. Like, we have 10 different Sami languages, and 2 of them are so distant from each other, like German and English. So we need to translate between our own languages as well. And we don't do that. We usually translate from one Sami into Norwegian, one of the mainstream languages. But also on the international indigenous level, I would like to see like anthologies where we translate our own texts into the other indigenous languages, instead of always having to go through English or Spanish or whatever mainstream majority language. So building up more of that competence, that possibility, and spending more funding on that would be really something I would prioritize. Because, and then like I forgot earlier to say, this connection between Iano, Etno, and Yatni, the water, the river, the earth, and mother, and which all connects them together, because water is so important for us. Land, of course, is important, and we always, all of us, come out of a mother. So connecting ourselves to Mother Earth and having all these connections to our sisters and brothers all over the world, in the indigenous world, and then having that third step level of these international connections to all the mainstream societies, majority societies, because our word and our voice should definitely be heard in the world, because I think we have an important message to bring to the world. Not only for the next 10 years, but for the next 100 years, because I hope we'll stay that long.
We definitely need a century of indigenous languages, and maybe more. Hans Henrik.
In the 1950s and 60s, there was this movement called G50 and G60, which is modernization of Greenland, where Danish was the way to go, they say. That's, if you want a higher education, you have to learn Danish. And because of that, there was this huge thing of identity being taken away, because not only did they grow up only speaking Danish, but it ended up impacting on the next generation. So the ones that came after, like, they didn't speak Greenlandic, and of course a lot of them could understand it, but they didn't speak it. So it was this feeling of being lost. Am I a Greenlandic man or am I a Danish man, you know? But the next generation after that, because I have friends who primarily speak Danish to me, but they understand Greenlandic, because I would switch between Greenlandic and Danish all the time. That's what we do in the bigger cities in Greenland. So Danish is very prominent as well. And but their kids, because they speak their best Greenlandic to them, so they actually are growing up speaking Greenlandic, but their parents are like trying to learn with them. So there is a huge shift of these younger generations of speaking more and more Greenlandic. Like, even though they also speak more Danish or English because of YouTube and globalization and all that. And I see like 6-year-olds speaking perfect English. I'm like, I couldn't do that when I was small. And they speak like perfect American accent. I'm like, am I getting old? But then there is this trilinguality in Greenland that is happening right now. Before it was only like Danish and English, Danish and Greenlandic. So, but their children are speaking more and more Greenlandic. So I see it as a good sign of speaking more Greenlandic in the bigger cities. Of course, the smaller communities and cities, there are like mainly Greenlandic speaking people. So.
I think he reminded us that it takes a generation or two to lose a language, but it also just takes a generation or two to find it again, to reawaken it. Skaidau, you give us such hope when we hear you speak. I'm happy to let you have the last word.
Yeah, I was just thinking that from a student perspective, in 10 years, it would be amazing to have things that we do in like our traditional land, such as moose hide tanning, hunting, harvesting, creating traditional medicines, and making those creditable things that we can use in universities, and kind of taking out those general education requirements so that we can start building and kind of decolonizing these education systems that aren't going to go away, but we can indigenize them and make our way of life more attainable to our people that want to learn it, and to take away those barriers. And it would be great to see like language speaking households with not only like mother, child, and grandmother, but also even like roommates that all speak the language, and just like normalizing language being in these different settings, and seeing and normalizing language on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram, because those things are going to be around for a long time, but we can also take back that power and use these platforms and talking about the importance of our languages, and normalizing seeing them, and making our youth and the ones coming up to have these good Indigenous representations that they can look up to. And one day, 7 to 8 years from now, when I'm thinking about having kids, it would be great to have language nests and things that we like have fully people speaking the language and doing all these cultural activities with our kids. And hopefully, I think that's a good amount of time to have that ready and up and running by then.
Well, Chinashkmitten, everyone, for being here today with us, and to our panelists, I'm wishing everyone a good day.
Nga shoni For this first panel, you can. I seen there's like rows and rows and rows and rows and rows of food. So if you're still hungry after this panel, go out there and have another snack. Just a little reminder that the hashtag for the Arctic Arts Summit is hashtag Arctic Arts Summit 2022. So if you're on social media, don't forget to put that hashtag up. And also, we are live streamed on Facebook and also on the Arctic Arts Summit live stream as well. So we are online. And if you are at the Sternwheeler, there is a change in the schedule. If you were scheduled to be in room 4, it should be in room 5 instead. So if you're listening online at the Sternwheeler, you should be doing your sessions in room 5. So I want to introduce our next moderator and our panelists here for our next session. And I actually had the privilege of meeting our moderator. I've heard many, many things about her, and I got to meet her for the first time at lunch, so I was very happy, at our little break, so I'm very honored to meet her. I would like to introduce Leanne Charlie to the session that we're going to be doing today, which is Voices from the Land, Artists Speak. So this panel is about artists from across the Circumpolar North who share a common bond as well as unique context with their art. I'd like to introduce these artists who are amazing artists from across the Circumpolar North, and I've had the privilege of meeting some of them and seeing some of their work, and I know that they do really awesome things. So I'd like to pass over the mic to Leanne Charlie to introduce our panelists today.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Leanne Charlie, and thank you so much for the introduction, Luke. I am Wolf Clan from the Taike Chohudan Big River people. Our traditional territories are about a 3-day paddle down that river. I am a faculty member with Deshinta Center for Research and Learning, which is an Indigenous-run organization that offers university-accredited courses in a bush camp setting. And it is my honor to introduce you to this stunning group of award-winning and acclaimed Indigenous artists. Nico, I forgot to check with you beforehand how to pronounce your last name, so ready?
Yes.
Nico Valakiapa? Okay, you can fix that. Is a Sami musician, folk singer, teacher, actor, and politician from Norway. Sonia Collier-Combs is an Inupiaq and Athabascan mixed media visual artist whose family is from the North Slope and interior of Alaska. Next, acclaim Innu Indie pop star Beatrice Deer. Beatrice is an Inuk and Mohawk singer-songwriter based in Montreal. And finally, keeping the home fires burning, Lake Lapine. Blake is a multidisciplinary artist of Tlingit, Cree, Han, and Scottish descent, and a member of the Carglass Tagish First Nation. It's a real honor, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from each of you as I'll take you through a little bit of a conversation. But first, I'd like to give you each the opportunity to introduce yourselves in your own way and with the correct pronunciation. Nico.
Hello to everyone, and thank you for that I've been invited here to talk with you. I come from Finland. My ancestral lands are on the border area between Finland, Sweden, and Norway. I've been my family name in Finnish is Niko Valkeapää, and in Sami way of saying my name is Kova Niko. Kova is the family where I belong, who are reindeer herders and have been migrating earlier, but now the borders are closed, so it's not the same. It's not the same way of reindeer herding as it used to be. Yeah, I don't know what more to say. I'm a musician. Released 7 albums, working with my 8th, and I've been working more and more towards the traditional Sami way of chanting, which we called yoik ourselves. Yeah.
Masi. Blake.
Yaqeq asatine, yaqetzut chalqachihan, shquni khatu asau, taklueri khatsati. Ayego gank ashligat qatno qeyak tangi. Gulashtish everybody, thank you all for being here. My name is Blake Lapine. I'm a visual artist primarily. I work in many different mediums, and I've been a practicing artist since I was about 15 years old, so I'm 35 now, and I come from the Carcross Tagish First Nation. I have connections in Dawson to the Han First Nation as well, and I have been a visual artist my entire life. I think that's really all I got.
Sonia?
This fly is really bothering me here. Okay, get it. And also, you did the beautiful design for the 2022 summit he did. It's really, really wonderful. Yay. There's a really wonderful video online, too. I'll get my commission later. Okay, sorry. So my name is Sonia Kelleher-Combs. My Inupiaq name is Asiangatak. I was born in Bethel, Alaska, raised in Nome, Alaska. My family hails from the northern community of Utqiagvik, formerly known as Barrow, and Nalato is where my Athabascan roots come from. I'm a mixed media visual artist doing installation, sculpture, and painting or 2D work, and I'm super happy to be here and have this conversation. Thanks.
Last but not least.
My name is Beatrice Deer. I'm an Inuk from Nunavik, northern Quebec. I'm also part Mohawk from Ganawage in Montreal, near Montreal. I'm a multimedia artist, I guess. I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter, I'm a seamstress, and some other stuff. Very happy to be here and talk with you guys.
Great, Masi. Perhaps like everybody else in the audience, we'd really like to get a sense of your work, what motivates you, what drives you, and perhaps a little bit of insight into how things have shifted throughout your career. So if each of you could share a little bit about your practice and give us a sense of your practice over time. Nico, you ready for this? You look ready.
Well, I don't know. I don't know the time schedule. It's going to be blown, perhaps, or not. But my way to this point has been, it really started when I was a little child. And my mother used to say that I learned to yoik and sing before I learned to speak. So that was the starting point. My traditional way of singing, it has come from my father and my family generally, that I have been listening to and wanting to learn how to sing and do the thing. Yeah. I've tried to play different kind of instruments and started to write my own songs when I was 15, 16 years old, mainly pop songs, and then started as a recording artist. Approximately 20 years ago, I started to make my first record, and in the beginning it was very much, the music was kind of Western singer-songwriter songs, and my friend who I was making music together, he wanted that I would start with yoik and I said, no, I don't want to do it, because there were so many other people who were doing yoik with pop songs, disco yoik, hard rock yoik, and things like that. And on the other hand, I had also godfather with the same family name, who was very famous, and I didn't want to ride with the name. I wanted to do something that was my own. I wanted to find my own path. And lately it has become, the way has gone from that point to the Sami music, kind of in a way that I've started to make melodies and Sami yoiks that at one point I started to think that I can't go around it. I had to do something with it. So the past 2 albums, they have been more or less based on traditional Sami chanting, but my own. So the own compositions. So, and also the thing that I have to take up the issue of Sami yoik. It has been influenced by Christianity, because it was considered as pagan way of making music and singing. And that was the one aspect, but also there came another aspect that was considered by people in the community who were saying that what is the proper way, what is the right way of chant and sing. So, but I'm kind of found my way and said that, well, nobody can put the limits what I can do and what is allowed. I want to do what I like to do. Yeah. Yeah, in a way, but at the same time, it is finding my own identity and courage to do it as well. I think it's something to do with that too. I have plenty of other things that I have written, but well, yeah.
I'm just curious, watching Beatrice listen to you, I'm wondering if anything that Nico's saying resonates with you.
Yeah, I too wrote my first song when I was 15, and I think when we're that young, we want to do pop songs. I mean, I think a lot of us musicians go through that, and as I got older, I got more interested in traditional songs and using legends, Inuit legends, using them to inspire me and write songs about, also incorporating traditional throat singing, and also having the, I guess, courage to use traditional methods in a contemporary fashion, when so many people are kind of against that, like traditionalists who want throat singing is done by 2 women, and no one must mess with that. It's not real throat singing if you're not doing it the traditional way, but going out of that mold and using it in my music, which is indie pop, rock, folk, and doing it my way. And it's also a form of decolonizing because us too, our traditional throat singing was considered devil worship by the missionaries that came in the 1800s. So it was forbidden. But today, we're very fortunate that elders kept these songs in secrecy and then shared them to the newer generation, and now many of us are able to throat sing, and I'm very honored to be able to travel around the world sharing that, sharing the love of making music and singing, and being brought to, like here, for example, and being part of this event, just to talk about what I do. So my art, Inuit art, music has brought me to a lot of places, and it's an honor.
Beautiful. Sonia, as your work has transformed throughout your career, have you been navigating any of these traditionalist, modernist dichotomies or the like?
I can agree with everything you guys have said. I too, I grew up in a really artistic family, even though that seemed really like a luxury, and it didn't seem like a career, like what we would consider in the Western sense a career that I could have. So I was always kind of fighting that. I thought I was going to be a lawyer at one point, and but I decided I was going to do it. And similarly, when I was an undergrad, I went to the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I was an abstract expressionist. My culture is really important to me, but I was kind of just trying to navigate issues of identity and trying to figure that out. And at some point, I said, screw it. I'm just going to do what feels right to me and honest. And so I didn't deny my heritage, which sounds really weird, because you can't separate who you are. And I was just in the last session, and one of the artists said, I'm Sami 100% all the time. And I was like, yeah, you go, girl, because that's exactly how I feel. But through time, I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest one on this panel, so I won't say my date. Everybody else did in the other one except the elder maybe, but anyhow, so I think through time, my work has changed, like the physical appearance of it and sometimes the materials that I use, but the content is still the same. It's about place. It's about our relationship to the place. It's about people in the North, and it's about all the struggles and ills that come with colonization, and ways of navigating through that and healing, empowering young people, connecting communities. That's one of my favorite things to do, traveling around, meeting new people, scheming together to, I'm so happy this is Indigenous Forward, this summit. It's really a change from the first one that I went to, although it was amazing as well. It's great. So yeah, that's all I have to say about that, I guess.
Blake, yeah, I'm super curious to hear how you're navigating these different worlds.
So when I started, it was just about the thrill of being able to do it. As you guys can see from the logo, it's a really complex form of art that I practice, and it's very old, it's very ancient, and so it was a struggle to find teachers. And my first one was my mother. My mother taught me to sew when I was about 8 years old, and I started beading when I was 9 years old, and all of that kind of trickled into eventually the art practice that I have now. And she had this book, and it was an old book from the 70s, and it's called Tlingit Carving. It's a really disgusting brown color with gold leaf edging and rippled kind of material on it. It's a really hideous looking book. But it had a lot of my own family's crest designs in that book. And so I would spend hours in class not paying attention, tracing, and trying to figure it out. And then eventually, when I got a little bit older, I was doing portraiture. So I was always an artistic kid. I was always doodling in my notebooks. I was always drawing on my hands, painting, all sorts of stuff, as well as beading and sewing. And so when I got a little bit older, I started bleeding into portraiture because I just found people's faces to be very intriguing. Some are very fun to look at. And they're also very fun to draw. And so I spent about 2 years doing portraiture for a while. And then eventually, I joined a dance group with my family, the Dukkakwan dance group. We're performing tonight if you guys want to see us. And that kind of transformed my perception of what I was creating art for. So the reason I was creating art was specifically just to pay my bills, as I think a lot of artists, are trying to do. And so it kind of evolved from that into understanding the cultural components of our art form. And so when I was about 25, I decided that I wanted to focus and structure my entire art practice around storytelling, because that's what our art was for. At least here in the Yukon, we have no written languages. We have spoken and oratory languages. So the way that we kept record of things was through our art practice. So if you understand the art form, you can look at things and you can read a bit of a story just by looking at it. And so that was a big portion of it for me, was I wanted to be able to tell stories. So if you've ever looked at my work, it's always telling some kind of a story, and I try to keep it as vague as possible and very cryptic so that everybody can apply themselves to the story. Because I fundamentally feel that all human experiences are all just a variation of the same stories told over and over and over again. And so finding ways to connect people to my art, because sometimes people look at it and they're like, well, what is it? I'm like, it's a raven. Like, don't you see that it's a raven? Like, how can you not tell? But I understand now that, not everybody has studied it for, 20 years. And so it's about also bridging understanding. I want my art to be able to bring people in and welcome them in so that they can understand a little bit more about who we are and what we're doing. Because a lot of us in the Yukon especially are rebuilding aspects of our cultures that we've lost. And one of my art teachers told me that. He said, you guys are the leaders. You guys are the ones that are going to create the things that take us to the next level, to the next generation. And so I take that very seriously when I'm creating things. I always try to adhere to all the structural rules that I was taught, all the foundational teachings that my first teachers taught me about the art practice and what it means. And so those are things that I try to incorporate as much. To this day, I'm still focused primarily on storytelling and utilizing as many modern mediums as I can to represent our art, because traditionally we only carved and did a bit of painting, and that was all that we did. So finding different avenues to express my art through has been a really big practice. So trying in watercolor, lithograph, printing, silk screening, every medium I could get my hands on that I could YouTube and learn how to do has passed through my studio at least once or twice. So that's it.
Merci. I think, Blake, you've laid out a really beautiful question that I think we'll keep going with here. Each of you have kind of given us a little bit of an insight into what's motivating you or driving you to do the work that you do. I'm really curious about giving you the opportunity to name that a little bit. Name the why, name the thing that's motivating you, that pushes you forward to create the work that you are.
Okay. Well, like I said, I have always been interested in music, and music has given me always a lot. If I'm in a bad mood, if I'm happy, so one of the main things is basically that what I have gotten through music. One of the biggest is that I can see the joy of other people hearing me sing, and I think it's the most satisfying feeling you get when you see that people are appreciating on what I'm doing. So that is one of the things. And of course my parents, because I have learned my culture, my language. They have been a very I'm lacking words sometimes, but it's not well, English is my fourth or fifth language. So, yeah, they have been supportive on.
I was going to say, just use your language.
Yeah, well, I can say a story about my language. Was that when I was about 10, 11, 12 years old, I started to speak Finnish to my brother, and then my parents, they said to us that why are you talking Finnish to each other? How will it go if you go to Norway or in Sweden and talk to your relatives? You are not able to communicate anyway if you don't have you have a common language. And how is it going to go with your sister? She is not going to learn Sami language. So that is one big thing. I'm very grateful to my parents and my family in that way. And also the fact that we are approximately 100,000 Sami people living in 4 different lands: Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Russia. And approximately 1/3 of us speak Sami, and probably much less who are speaking it as their mother tongue. So I want to be able to pass on that to other Sami people too. And of course, the thing that how I can affect on the Sami way of thinking, that is also passed on to other Sami, and affect how the culture is seen through the Sami people themselves and from outside, kind of, yeah. And in a way, I kind of feel also as an ambassador on what I'm doing. So that is also. And other things that are motivators are, of course, the thing that if I learn the Sami yoiks from my area, then I'm also learning to know more about my own relatives and how they are, how they were. Not necessarily through the words that are put on the yoiks, but also through the music, how they are, how the people are, what kind of feeling you get through that. Yeah. I think it's enough.
Okay.
For now.
Great. Beatrice, you mentioned identity, efforts to address colonialism, and practice of reclamation. There's just a few things motivating you. I'm just wondering if you want to speak more to that.
What motivates me to write, to continue writing music is, first of all, I love singing. I love performing. I released my 6th album, and with every project, the sense of improvement in skill, developing as a songwriter, as a vocalist, is very personally rewarding. But I do it a lot for my people as well. My songs are very much personal stories. I sing a lot about overcoming hardship. So I want to spread hope because as Inuit and Indigenous people, we need a lot of hope because we've gone through so much. We have so much generational trauma from colonization, and writing music about overcoming my hardships, overcoming my trauma, and striving towards finding my true authentic self, and spreading that message so it can allow conversation and dialogue, so people can hear. And when we hear, we plant seeds, and then that seed eventually grows and eventually bring people to think more about wanting change, being the change, really starting with myself and then sing about it and then being interviewed about it on the radio or whatever. It brings inspiration, and we need that so much in life. Being a role model for little girls is also why I continue to do what I do. And because little girls need someone they need to identify with someone. And being Inuit, seeing Inuit role models is very inspiring. To see your own color, your own culture succeeding. And also the importance of language and legends, keeping the language alive, practicing the language so that it can still thrive. We're very lucky in Nunavik that 99% of Inuit speak Inuktitut, and we have to keep the effort going. We can't take that for granted ever when so many Indigenous people have lost their language through colonization. So the effort is ongoing. So my albums are always majority in Inuktitut. So those are my reasons why I do what I do.
That's beautifully stated and very powerful. Merci. Sonia.
I like being third because everyone says everything. It's really, really good.
We're gonna mix up the order.
Mix it up, yeah. No, I couldn't have said it better. Really, really beautiful. I guess basically what I can add to some of that is kind of unearthing these really difficult histories and talking about them, and through my work, and creating that dialogue so that it's not just for the audience of my people, but it's to get it out into the world so that people realize that the dominant white colonialist history is not the real history. So that's really important to me. What else? I think mentoring and working with young people, that really drives me, and like I said before, creating these connections across borders. We don't need any borders anymore. You know, our people can go across and just take it over. I think that's my goal, is for us to be sovereign states. I mean, those are the things that I think about when I make my work. Let's see, my other notes I was writing on there. I was talking about something that's really important to me and motivates me is, so this is gonna sound really silly, but I should be fishing right now. But this is such an important thing. I was just at the Inuit Studies Conference. I'm like taking 2 weeks out for fishing, but when we go home, we're gonna do it. But you know, is just to be on the land and be, you know, with family and community. That is super important, and that really motivates me to, you know, hopefully others have that opportunity.
Blake, you spoke a little bit to this already, but did you want to add some more?
Yeah, I guess just narrowing it down to motivation. The big one is always trying to think at least 3 to 7 generations ahead of myself. Thinking about my children. My children are probably my biggest motivator in life. And part of it too is, it also comes from my own experience growing up, is that there wasn't as much abundance of culture as there is now. I feel like we're definitely moving through a resurgence of Indigenous culture in this land here. And when we started like the dance group and when I started carving and making art, it was a real struggle to find teachers, find people that would share. And I really don't want that for any of the children that are here. I want all of our children to intrinsically be born with the knowledge of who they are and where they come from, of their art, of their language. So when I started, I had 3 kind of things that I wanted to check off my list. I wanted to have some sort of herbal medicine understanding of the plant world. So I went to school and I got a diploma of phytotherapy, and I work with elders in understanding our traditional medicines. I wanted art, and I wanted language. So language is the one I'm working on now. I've only been studying full-time for probably about 2 years. But it's those I fundamentally have always felt are the 3 things that motivate me the most to make sure that our children have.
Beautiful, thank you. We're going to switch the direction, so prepare yourself. This question's for you. Blake? Okay, but all of you will have to answer it too, so. Okay, just listening to how you've described your practice and how you've described what motivates you, I'm really curious about these worlds that you're creating with storytelling, with your languages, with your voice, with the soundscapes that you're creating, with the visual aspects, visual components of your artwork. Describe those worlds for us, and what is it that you want folks to experience when they enter them?
Pass.
That took so much effort.
I think part of it for me is just creating awareness and understanding. I think, like, what is that quote? It's about all ignorance breeds hate, you know. And I think that's a big kind of teaching that I really think about a lot when I'm working, is that I have to boil down as much of my artistic practice as I can, so that somebody can just walk in off the street and have no understanding of anything and be able to understand something about the work. The same when it goes for language. So I recently have put down the paintbrushes, and I haven't been making any art for about 2 months because I took a job at the Yukon First Nation Education Directorate, and I've been working there full-time for 2 months, and basically our entire practice is changing the educational experience of children in the Yukon. So the way that we do that is by providing cultural opportunities for them to engage with, taking them out on the land, and providing just more of an enriching experience closer to their own intrinsic values. And so part of it is, like, we're always creating consciousness as artists. You know, we're always providing opportunities for something to shift within somebody, and part of it is harnessing that magic, is finding ways to be able to connect with somebody, to maybe alleviate some ignorance with people. So I think part of it too is that I'm always mindful of that consciousness that we're creating together. I mean, when do you think the next time is that we're all going to be in this room together? Probably never, all of us together. So making each moment important and sharing in that moment and that awareness that we're all together here and that we're all having that experience as one, I think is a big part of my artistic practice.
Sonia, it's your turn.
That was really beautiful. I don't know what else I can add to that. I guess if I was going to bring everybody into my world and have this, you know, kind of moment, I always talk about that we're all more similar than we are different. We all share common DNA, and it kind of harkens to what you're also saying, Blake. And that is the beauty of being human, is like we can bring others into our space and share. And I think for me, it's creating awareness and, like I said before, connecting. And even though I don't have children, I have lots of nieces and nephews, and so, you know, creating an opportunity for them to feel proud of who they are and learn the language, because I don't have my language. I'm so impressed with that number. That's so amazing. But yeah, just being able to create awareness. And we have a friend back in Alaska who isn't on this trip, and she's always saying she's going to making everybody Inupiaq, which is beautiful because like helping for people to see through our eyes is, I think, through Indigenous lens is a really important part of it. And I think people are changing. I think people are realizing, you know, our relationship to the land. This is Voices from the Land. You know, being able to, for people to have the joy of, or that understanding of place and connection. That's what I would like to happen.
Beautiful, Masi. Beatrice, what worlds are you creating and inviting people into?
I'm, I guess, a representative of Inuit culture, whether I like it or not, as an artist. So I take the opportunity to educate non-Inuit, non-Indigenous people about our experiences and why we are where we are today. For example, we're often labeled as alcoholics, drug addicts, substance abusers, foster care, but it's important to know the root cause of these issues. So I try to educate the non-Indigenous people how we came about. We had our own structures before colonization. We had our own systems. Justice was dealt with in a different way. And people were families were very close-knit. And then outsiders came and just destroyed everything. And so many, like whole generations lost their identities. And when we don't know our identity, we don't know our strengths. And the hierarchy system was completely demolished, and we became very oppressed. And I try to educate on that as a collective, as a people, but also on an individual level. For me, I've gone through a lot. I've experienced a lot of trauma, and I had a lot of problems because of that, and trying to get out of that and change my lifestyle. And I talk about that a lot because it's important to talk about these things. It's important to not be ashamed to say, I struggled so much. I was so angry. I abused alcohol. I raged when I was drunk. And it's important not to be ashamed of that because shame kills. So I try to bring hope into the space I'm performing in, to have a chance to talk about that, and through interviews also. And music can bring a whole new range of expression that we cannot say with our own words. If I can't say what I'm feeling, like the pain that I'm feeling, I'll just pick up my guitar and just go in my room and just play chords over and over and just feel it out. And I feel better afterwards. And I think that as musicians, when listeners are listening to our music, they they receive that. I've had many people who've come up to me and say, thank you for singing your songs, because you help me say what I can't say. You help me feel what I can't feel. Your music moved me. And that's a very powerful thing that I don't take for granted, because as musicians, we have this calling. I believe that we're not just hippity hoo-ha performing. Maybe some are. Actually, yeah, some are. And they're millionaires singing about, you know, strippers and hoes and I mean, good for them. But yeah, I think as musicians we have a very high calling. Yeah, and yeah, hopefully, I hope we understand that in our lifetime, because I really believe that we are all born with a gift. We are all born with a purpose, and I really hope that every one of us discovers what that is. I find it so unfortunate when someone passes away without ever discovering their true calling or their true purpose. It breaks my heart so much. So yeah, that's the message that I hope to bring.
Merci for sharing and for your vulnerability. Nico.
Yeah.
Would you like to speak to the worlds that you're creating with your art practice?
When I got these questions, I was thinking that I have to look at it in a way, two ways, and the one way is that how is it going to be in the future for the other people, and it's very much the same that has you others have said about hope, and but also the happiness and the joy, and also what I wish is that the Sami people, and generally as well, that we appreciate our culture. Where do we come from? And at the same time that we learn to know ourselves, how we are as individuals. Why do we react like this? Why do we behave like this? And why do we sometimes feel that we are outsiders? And it's also because of that, who we are, what is our background, where we come from, our languages, way of thinking, which is totally different from in many aspects when comparing with the others in a way. Well, I don't like the word others, but who don't come from the same culture and understanding the world where we do belong. So that is one, to appreciate ourselves. And then comes the other aspect, what I wish in the future. I think one of my missions is, what I want to do is record many of the old Sami yoiks and from my relatives and people that I know who can yoik. So if they are not recorded, many of those are going to just vanish, and they are you are not able to hear them anymore. So that is the thing, what is very important as well. So in that way, you never know how it's going to affect in the future, what is going to happen, where my music is going to be used, at least also. You can't, when you do something, then you have released it, and then it's other people's imagination that they can use it to shape their own world or whatever. But I really, really want to be able to affect on the future generations, that they are proud of what they are, where do they come from, what is their background, and then I have my own ambitions as well, but I don't know if I need to talk about them. Yeah.
Masti. We just have a few minutes left, and I'm curious if there's something that we haven't addressed yet, and if there's something that you'd really like people to know about your work that you haven't had a chance to say. Just sort of some closing comments. Blake doesn't look ready. Sonia knows we're going off script.
No, there should be some images funneling through, and I didn't put my name on them or anything. I wasn't sure the format, but mine are the art pieces. So if any of you have any questions afterwards, I'll be happy to talk about that. But I think what I'd like to say is thank you for being such a wonderful moderator. We didn't get to know very much about you, but I'm sure we'll find out more later. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Thanks.
I see. Nico? Something you want to leave people with about your practice? And keep it brief. No, just kidding.
Brief? When I've been doing my music, it has been always in a way that in the beginning it is always the main thought is that you are allowed to do and try to do whatever you want, and there are no filters. You have to just create something, and then afterwards you can put that filter on and choose the things you want to share. And mainly for me it has been always the issue to try to spread happiness and not so much bad things. And do what you want to do when you are creating, and then later just choose what you want to share.
Merci. Beatrice is ready.
You have to spend money to make money. I've been very, very fortunate to expand in many ways. Each recording project is bigger than the last. The vision is bigger. yeah, and collaborating with different artists. Yeah, learning about making grant applications, because when we're starting out, we don't know about these things. But there's so many grant programs that are there for artists, and that's super helpful. And yeah, it's very rewarding working on projects and seeing where I come from. Like, I come from a town of 400 people, completely isolated. I grew up there, I was born there, where hunters were gatherers, and seeing our people still doing that to this day and being a part of it and learning traditional skills and still being a modern urban Inuk, using the tools of both worlds, using the perseverance, the persistence, the ingenuity of our people, and using that into pressing on with projects, the patience, the observation that our people have had and have passed down to us, and using that in our art form. It's very powerful. It's such a privilege to be able to do that, to be in this generation. Sometimes I wish I was born before colonization to really experience what life was like, but then we're meant to be here today. Like, we're meant to be present in this day, and it's pretty spectacular to when you really think about where our people came from and the hardships that they lived through, the day-to-day things that they did, like the Sami people with their reindeer herding, their nomadic life, and the Inuit with their dog teams in -50 weather, and bearing children and raising children, and the hunters being out, and then we're here because of them. So I always try and honor them by living, I know it sounds cheesy, but living my best life. Being like, I'm sober, and that's because I want to be present. I want to see my real potential, see how far this life is bringing me, how far it can bring me. And it's exhausting sometimes to be an artist when you're in high demand, when all these projects are coming at you, and you want to do them all because you want to experience it all. But it's exhausting at the same time. So learning to balance all of that, taking time for yourself to recharge, because when we're empty, we can't give. It's hard to be creative when we're completely worn out and empty. So just to, we have to listen to ourselves, our body, our spirit. When we're just tired, we have to recharge. And being an artist, we tend to create, give. But it's also very important to take some time to rest and recharge.
Let's see.
I still got nothing.
I'm sure that's not true.
I just said I got nothing.
I just wanted to say one thing. I always say this, but I always have this kind of weird feeling about the word traditional because I feel like we're creating traditions every day. We are living dynamic people, so we are building on the traditions of our ancestors. And so, in that way, I just feel like we're just going to continue going and going and going, and we're every shape and size and every color nowadays, which I think is really beautiful. And yeah, that's all I got. Now you got something.
I do. You did it. It's more or less just in regards to my artistic practice. So one of the things that I've always believed is that once you reach a certain level, you have to give back in some way. Because this art, as much as we were born into it, it doesn't actually belong to us. It's a gift that we've been given. And once you understand it and once you realize its power, sharing it with everyone around you, I think is the most valuable thing you can do. And it won't always be attached to the dollar. It's hard not to because we live in that kind of a world. But, you know, in my culture anyway, the family that was the most wealthiest family was the one that can give away the most. And so I'm always mindful of that, and I'm always cognizant of that in the back of my mind. And, you know, how can I share in a good way that empowers others, that gives other people the tools that they need? And, you know, sharing is the fundamental basis of all of our cultures. And I believe that that's what's going to carry us forward.
Masicho. Thank you, Masicho, Ganashish, to each of you. Oh.
All right, are you guys ready? Yeah? Okay, that was the longest lunch that I've ever experienced at an event before, an hour and a half. So I hope you guys are enjoying the warm weather in the Yukon, like I said before. I think it's ending next week when the Adakon Festival is finished. If you don't know, or they are starting tomorrow. So there's going to be a huge Yukon First Nations festival starting tomorrow, and I hope you guys are all going to take part in it. So I wanted to give you quickly a little tidbit about the Yukon. If you're here tomorrow, or if you've been kind of noticing lots of people wearing vests or button blankets, you'll see that there's animals on them. And so those are a representation of where people come from. So I'm not wearing mine today. However, I am a Daktloedi, or in inland, I'd say I'm a Gundas. I'm a wolf clan. So just like in European culture, we take our father's last name. In Yukon First Nation culture, we follow the lineage from our mother's side. So people will know who my family is based on my clan. So in the Yukon, we always make sure that we know what clans people are from and what's the opposite clan, because that's our dating pool. That's how we date. And the funny thing is, you'll notice when there's people who come from the Yukon, a lot of times you'll see people say, or hear people say, oh, I caught somebody because they're from outside and they're not related to me. Anyway, little tidbit. So if you look over here, you'll see the raven over there on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side here, or I do believe it's the raven, yeah. And then you'll see the wolf. So lots of people will say they're from the wolf clan or the raven clan. So a little tidbit for you guys. There is a hotel card that somebody had misplaced. That's going to be at the front registration desk. And somebody lost some valuable ulu earrings. So an ulu is looks like a knife, and they have been lost. So if you found them, if you can bring them to the front, lost and found, that would be greatly appreciated. They're very valuable to the person who lost them. Couple of another announcements. There is a shuttle leaving here at 3 o'clock going up to the Yukon Arts Center for the Tether exhibition. So if you want to do that when we're finished this panel, the bus will be waiting right at 3 o'clock for you to head up to the Yukon Arts Center. And lunch, which was really amazing, and I know all you foodies out there are probably really appreciating the special labels on there. I know there's so many, I have a cousin who's a caterer, and I cannot imagine catering. There's some people who are gluten-free and dairy-free and pineapple-free and coconut-free and free everything, but they still manage to make amazing meals. My lunch was super, super amazing. So I'm gonna pass it on to our moderator over here, and we have a group of dignitaries who I am honored to be on stage with today. This is session 9, North to North, New Directions for a Collaborative Future. And the session is about circumpolar representatives who want to create improvements in the North in regards to arts. And they're going to talk about how can a robust artistic network be nurtured across the North, and how can barriers be reduced to encourage international collaboration. And I'm going to pass it over to Sabina Westerholm, who is going to be our moderator today. So let's give a round of applause for Sabina.
Good afternoon, ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Welcome also on my behalf to this panel session. My name is Sabina Westerholm, and I am the director of the Nordic House in Reykjavik, one of the institutions of the Nordic Council of Ministers. The Nordic Council of Ministers is the official body for intergovernmental cooperation in the Nordic region, which consists of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, the Faroe Islands, Greenland, and Åland. It seeks Nordic solutions wherever and whenever the Nordic countries can achieve more together than working by their own. The Prime Minister's vision for the Nordic region is to become the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. Since much of the Nordic region lies within the Arctic. It is important for the Council of Ministers to work actively for the sustainable development of the region. And the Nordic Council of Ministers acknowledges art and culture's important role in this work. This is why we have supported previous issues of the Arctic Art Summit in Norway and Finland, cultural cooperation between Arctic artists through our joint Nordic funding schemes, as well as provided long-term funding for Sami art organizations. There is also a brand new initiative from the Ministers of Culture coming up, but I think we will hear more about that from the Icelandic Minister of Culture. This and much more will be coming in this panel. The panel, with representatives for the Nordic Ministries for Culture, will share thoughts on how national initiatives and international cooperation can support sustainable cultural and artistic collaboration, networks, and creative processes in the Arctics. Lately, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the Ministers for Culture have been actively supporting and promoting collaboration and exchange with Canada. First and foremost through the Nordic Bridges initiative that runs in Canada throughout 2022 and has Nordic and Canadian artists working together and presented together. There's also an ongoing dialogue between culture policymakers from the Nordics and Canada. So for today's panel, we have also invited some of our Canadian colleagues to add valuable input into our Nordic perspectives. But from the Nordics, we are happy to have with us today Lilja Alfredsdottir, Minister of Culture and Business in Iceland, Jon Elvedal Fredriksen, Ambassador for Norway to Canada, Maija Lummepuro, Cultural Affairs Advisor at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland, Mika Lybert, Culture Advisor at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports and Church in Greenland, and Robert Nilsson, Deputy Director at the Ministry of Culture in Sweden, here. And our guests from Canada are, David Den Doven, Assistant Deputy Minister of Canadian Heritage, here, and Ranj Pillay, Minister of Economic Development, Tourism and Culture of Yukon. So happy to have you all here, and thank you for taking the time and effort to travel all the way here to be here. To start the conversation, we have asked 3 experts on Arctic and Indigenous cultural collaboration to give us their perspectives on what is needed from cultural policymakers in order to achieve a vibrant and sustainable Arctic cultural life. We will start with Tom Sottinen, plenary leader of the Sami Parliament in Norway. The floor is yours, Tom.
Thank you. Dear panel, dear all present here today. My name is Tom Sottinen, and I'm the Speaker of the Sami Parliament in Norway. Let me first start with acknowledging the traditional territories of the Kvanlin First Nation and the Tankvarshain Council, whose lands we are on today. There is an increasing international recognition of Sami art and Sami artists. The Nordic Pavilion turned into the Sami Pavilion at the Venice Biennale, one of the biggest art exhibitions in the world. That's a recent example that we have. A couple of weeks ago, I was attending the opening at the new Norwegian National Gallery. And it was a real pleasure to see that the Sami artists and art were such a big part of the opening and the exhibition. We are not stewed, we are integrated in the new exhibition, not in a single room at the museum. I would like to talk a little bit about the green shift also, the climate changes. Because of the green shift and the climate changes, there's an increased interest in and demand for mining and energy production. I'm talking about windmills in our lands. And this is happening at the expenses of our cultural way of life. Such is the situation for the most indigenous people around the world. Especially traditional ways of reindeer herding are in jeopardy. Areas are seized, including those that are used for outfield resources. Reindeer husbandry is not just a meat-producing industry. It's a lifestyle. There are sustainable food tradition, traditional knowledge, and intangible cultural heritage. It supplies craftsmen and artists with such materials as leather, horn, sewing thread, etc. Connected to our lands area, for instance, there are stories, rituals, traditional knowledge, and intangible cultural heritage, identity, holy places, places that have Sami names on it. All of them are important culture and cultural heritage and inspiration for our artists. The climate is changing. We see that there's less salmon in our rivers. The reindeer herders are struggling now because of the shifting climate. The mining industry, the power companies are pressing on to use our land to contribute to the green shift. The states are pressing us to contribute because of the need of minerals and power to make the green shift. And it's a little bit of a paradox that we who live by and in the nature must save the world alone. And don't get me wrong, we are going to contribute, of course, but the question is how. And a little bit about the cross-border country, the people that we are. We Samis, we are living in 4 different countries. We are borderless people. Sami culture and art, artists they both live and work across border between Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia. And for example, the Sami festivals are on each side of the borders. The artists are crossing the borders. The audience are crossing the borders. The production often include support system industry and business development across borders. And as a consequence of that, the national border in Sami lead to different working conditions for the Sami arts and culture workers. This limits the field and it markets potential. So the obvious border are an obstacle for us as a people. Our parliament in the Sami parliament in Norway has newly adopted a plenary case about reducing border barriers in the north. And we had several concrete measures, and I've only highlighted some of them here. For example, import of duji, that's handcraft. Why is it so difficult to go to markets crossing borders when you are going to sell something and to work in different sides of the country? The custom taxes, it's not easy to know what to do there. There's different systems between the Nordic countries. We also address the geo-blocking, content in Sami language in the national broadcasting. Why is it blocked in the different countries? It should be free and open in the Nordic countries. The healthcare system or the welfare system in Norway or the Nordic system especially, it's very difficult to navigate and to get your rights if you're almost a lawyer. So that's also a thing that we could simplify and to fix together. And of course, a scholarship, that it should be allowed to get a scholarship from Norway to go to a university in Finland or other way. So we have some measures there, and the question is, of course, then how are we going to follow this up? So I have 2 questions to the panel today. The first one is, we need to increase the knowledge of the states, knowledge about how we live and how the green shift will affect the cultural life of the indigenous people in the circumpolar areas. So the question is, in what way would the state address these issues with the indigenous people? And the second one is, the measures proposed by us in the mentioned plenary case, that will strengthen our cultural and social life across the border. But we need political will to fulfill our wishes, and we need help to get to a solution to those questions. So how can we then together build down the national border and strengthen the Sami art and culture field? Thank you, Gitu.
Thank you. Now we will have the next remarks from Denise Bolduc, Director, Indigenous Arts at Harbourfront Centre in Toronto. The floor is yours.
Ani Denise Nindisnakash Makwa Maigan Dodum Nindao Bawating Anishinaabe We Gichigami Bachuana in Dunjabar. Language is so important, as is the protocol and processes. Ani is often used as hello, but it actually means I see the light in you, which is very beautiful. I am called Denise, and my clans are Bear and Wolf. I belong to the place of the rapids and the great sea of the Anishinaabe, otherwise known as Lake Superior. And my community is Batchewana First Nations. These are the places in the land in which I belong as an Anishinaabe Kwe, a female human being. My lived experiences are based on this story, so it is not about my job title, how much money I make, or what I do. The inherent responsibilities that we all carry as Indigenous people are to the land, the water, and community. These are my relations. This informs and influences how I approach my work, how I see the world, and my relations across Indigenous communities. As Indigenous people, we share views such as the importance of, sorry, I can't read my own writing here, of time for creative process, which is key and trumps product. Our time is different from the colonial clock. What strikes me about being here in this beautiful land is the sweetness in the air, the color of the movement of the water, the mountains watching over us, and the heart of the people of this land. And I hope you take the time to spend time on the land and listen and smell. I am from the south and not from the Arctic region. This beautiful land we are on and the land across the Arctic is the story and knowledge of the diverse Indigenous nations who have, are, and will be on these lands for many years. It is their lived experience. I believe it's actually the time for policy and decision makers to make change and to change in their support to the North by giving the time, space, voice, agency to Indigenous peoples of Arctic regions to inform you of how they want to share their stories, lived experience, ways of working, and ways of being. The support of last night's performance is one example of and a reflection of the importance of agency of voice through intergenerational collective exchange, curatorial ownership, and collaboration, reflecting their story spirit and the next generation of creative leaders. This is what you need to support. And please do support long-term collaborations across the Arctic Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finally, we will hear from Pauliina Oinonen, who is an advisor at the Nordic Institute in Greenland, one of the institutions of the Nordic Council of Ministers. The floor is yours, Pauliina.
Thank you. Hello, dear panelists, audience. My name is Pauliina Oinonen, and I'm very humbled and grateful to be here at the Kwanlindon traditional territory. So I would just like to say thank you for that first. So I am originally from Eastern Finland, but I have lived on and off across the Arctic for almost a decade now. I represent the Nordic Institute in Greenland. It's also called NAPA, which is an institute founded in the late 80s to build cultural bridges between Greenland and the rest of the Nordic region. And today, this is mainly done by awarding grants to collaborative projects within culture and the arts. I've worked both with and at NAPA for the better part of 2 years now, and during this time, I've seen a shift in focus. In my experience, being a Nordic institution in Greenland used to mean that the Institute's task is to bring the Nordic region closer by giving cultural actors from the rest of the region space to present themselves in Greenland. Nowadays, we tend to summarize our mission as follows: to make Arctic perspectives seen and recognized in the rest of Norden and the rest of the world. While exchange naturally goes both ways, we experience that these perspectives are best represented by the actors living with them on the daily, living in the Arctic. This is a shift that I personally am very pleased to see. Simultaneously, we want to make it easier for cultural actors in the Arctic to take part in those forms of Nordic cooperation that could benefit them. One very concrete way to reach our objectives is to fund Arctic cultural actors' participation in different cultural activities elsewhere in the region. I know firsthand that traveling in these latitudes costs some serious money, and this is why a great deal of our funding is awarded in form of travel grants. And often this means that the project producers must find other funding to cover the rest of the project costs. So, a simple answer to the questions I was asked to address in this remark would be more funding. But I was also asked to be more specific. So for starters, more mobility funding, please. However, constantly receiving applications for 3 to 4 times the money that we are able to grant is not the only problem we encounter. I am quite convinced Nordic cooperation as an institution is starting to realize that despite the solid and historical cooperation institutions, we all still are wildly different from one another. And that's not a bad thing. We speak different languages, including body language, communicate and organize differently. Even time works differently for a Swede than it does for an Icelander, let alone an Inuk. One size, one model does not fit all. For mobility between the different countries in the Arctic to be possible, funding needs to be accessible also for those not blessed with the stereotypical Danish calendar skills. Structure is, of course, also important, but we have that aplenty. Are there ways to add more flexibility to the mix? Could more scattered application deadlines help? How about alternative, accessible application forms, such as video? What sort of model works in the Arctic in a way that benefits the Arctic? It's not necessarily me who has the answers to these questions. I think it's meeting points and platforms like this summit that can help find them, and I'm especially glad that Greenland has such a broad and solid representation at this year's Arctic Arts Summit. The Arctic is not just nature, admired and depicted by explorers from the outside, or resources hidden underneath the inland ice. It is a culturally rich region populated by talented, hardworking, passionate arts professionals. And these people know best. For me, participating in this summit is mostly about listening and learning. And I believe this is an important starting point for anyone working with international cooperation in the Arctic. We need true inclusion in affairs that directly affect the people in the Arctic. Cooperation naturally involves several parties and places, but administering the Arctic should happen in the Arctic. Qoyanak, thank you.
Thank you all for your valuable input. Now we will turn to the panel. So we will start by speaking about culture policy from our different national perspectives. And I would like to start by asking Lili Alfredsdottir, Minister of Culture and Business Affairs in Iceland, how do you in your culture policy consider specific needs and conditions of the Arctic?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to say we are extremely honored to participate here and visit Whitehorse, Yukon. This is the first time I'm here, but I feel right at home because Iceland and Whitehorse, Yukon, is in the same latitude. So it's very strange to be here because it's exactly the same sun as we have in Iceland. So all of you that live here in Whitehorse, I highly recommend, and I see the Minister of Tourism is here, that you, and I'm also the Minister of Tourism, I recommend that you visit us because it's remarkable. You just, because when you're used to that the sun at a particular point, especially in June, and you only experience it in Iceland, and then you visit another country and you can feel the same thing. So that I found extremely interesting. Second, before I answer the question, I also want to say that Iceland and indigenous people, we share a lot of things in common. We only became independent in 1944. And we were a country that we did not have control of our resources until our independence. And there is a clear link between our economic prosperity and independence. And I'm a true believer in ownership of policies. As you mentioned here that it's impossible to have a successful policy for a certain people unless those people mark the policy. And you need it also for the policy to be a success. And this is a known lesson in all economic development and everywhere. So I support you completely in your views, everyone that has spoken here, that the key thing is ownership and also a significant participation and cooperation. As regards to our policy and how we approach the Arctic, since we are very close to the Arctic and we have, glaciers melting and a lot of things taking place as regards to our sustainability and how we kind of go forward. There has been an increasing emphasis on Arctic matters in Iceland. There is a section in our foreign policy and security policy on Arctic affairs. What is new, and we are implementing very strongly, is Arctic art. And we also have the Arctic Circle, as many of you might have participated in the Arctic Circle in the fall, which is a unique platform focusing on NGOs and different bodies, not necessarily governmental bodies. And the new direction that the Arctic Circle is taking is that we're going to include art to a much, much greater extent, because just going back, and then I'm not going to be the only one talking here, our independent movement in Iceland was driven by artists, writers, poets, entrepreneurs, and without art and our literature, we would not have been as successful. So I think, and I know just from our history, art was a moving factor in our success to independence and economic prosperity. So that is a long answer to a short question, but extremely political answer, but I think that basically ownership, cooperation is key for successful policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to continue with asking the same question to the representatives from Sweden and Finland. You also have, or you have, both of you have long countries with capitals situated in the south. So, yes, Maja, would you like to start? Yes.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank our hosts for invitation. And for me, this is really a great opportunity and interesting possibility to get acquainted with this region, because this is also for me first time on this continent. So this is really unique, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you also for question and for your remarks, which we heard just before our panelists' turn started, because I somehow recognize your questions and your remarks, because somehow when we are talking about cooperation in the north, in Finland we have all the time we have been talking also about importance of access to culture in the northern region, and also about developing conditions to creativity and to artists and cultural workers. And that means also possibilities to network and to create new meeting places for cultural workers and artists. And I think that we have been working for these goals for a long time in the framework of Barents regional cooperation, and also within the framework of the Northern Dimension policy. And we have there established Partnership on Culture, which has concentrated on development of creative sectors, and also possibilities to have new projects, and also to have these meeting places and mobility. So within these cooperation structures, we have combined our national and regional forces and worked in that sense together already for a long time. And I think that Arctic cooperation and also the summit, which we now participate here, I think that we really can have this dialogue and cooperation also in the future. So we have a good experience and long-term cooperation in that sense. And when talking about national cultural policies, there are many processes going on in Finland. We are, for example, we are working on our first national cultural heritage strategy, together also with Sami Parliament of Finland. And then we are reforming our Antiquities Act, which defines the Sami archaeological heritage and also recognizes its special nature. So this kind of cultural policy development is going on right now in Finland, among many other things also. Thank you.
Thank you. And Robert Nilsson from the Ministry of Culture, Sweden. Would you like to continue?
Thank you very much. I will start to thank the three speakers in the beginning, Tom and Denise and Paulina, addressing these super interesting issues and pointing out things we have to cover, what we have to think about, what we have to process in this way. And you put out some questions too, and I maybe can't have time to reflect on everything, but you, Tom, said this is a very special time. And I can see from the Swedish experience that the Sami culture has a momentum in Sweden, probably in Norway too, You took some example that Sami culture and arts are showing up in a way that they haven't done before. In the same time, it's a paradox with a green shift. And we see it very much in Sweden, probably in Norway and Finland too. So it's a lot of issues to think about. Just reflecting on that, I just want to echo my former speakers here. The necessary to use the knowledge we have of participation, dialogue, discussions, and find ways to develop a good perspective for the Arctic collaboration, of course, with more countries than just the Nordic, but we have experience that Maya said that we can use in a good way to develop this thing. The Swedish policy is to do that and to go on with this project, or it's not a project, it's a aim, it's something that we should go on for a long time. But in the same time, it's a long run. And we have to understand that probably it would take time. But the start is good, and the feeling here in Whitehorse is exceptional, I must say. It's a ground level of like-minded people who wants the same issues to be solved in a governmental area, in the region area, and of course, connected to the people this is the question is about. And it's a plain level field in that discussion, and I personally appreciate that approach very much, and I hope this kind of events will go on, and I hope Sweden will step in some years, of course, and I'm looking really forward for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to speak about indigenous perspectives when it comes to national culture policy, and ask David here from the Canadian Heritage, how do you in Canada incorporate an indigenous perspective into national and intergovernmental culture policy?
So I can address that, but first, thank you to our hosts, the Kwan Landan and the Tan Kwachin, for hosting us here today in this beautiful roundhouse where you celebrate your culture. C'est un vrai plaisir d'être ici parmi vous aujourd'hui. For culture, for our Indigenous partners, I would say that they view culture as all foundational and view it from a holistic perspective. And it's something that leads to self-worth and healing. And I'll give you two examples about how we have incorporated Indigenous perspectives in policies at the federal level. And one is the federal response to the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry. And the chief, one of the chiefs yesterday referred to that tragedy here in Canada. And what we did is we set up a process at the federal level to talk with our Indigenous partners in terms of how were we going to address the recommendations in that report. And I was involved in the cultural component of the government response. And sometimes we like to think at the federal level that we're all knowing. We know everything. That's completely false. And we had meetings with our Indigenous partners, distinctions-based, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. And we spoke to them about culture and what it meant to them and how we could address the recommendations. We had our views, of course, and we spoke to them, presented our views, or not our views, but how we think or we thought we could address some of the recommendations. I have to say those conversations were very humbling. We heard in a very clear way in terms of how we could do things differently and better and raised issues that we hadn't thought about before. And those conversations were very helpful for me and for the team at the federal level, because it helped us develop the policy or our response in a better way, but it also helped us have conversations internally. Because let's be blunt, for some of the things that we wanted to do, we needed funding for that. And that requires conversations with our financial people in terms of how can we get more money. In some instances, it's not always about money, but it's a good, it's important. How could we move forward? Those conversations do take time. And we like to think that we have a plan, but the plan needs to change, and we need to take into account the different perspectives that are brought forward. And we did come out with a federal pathway last year, and we were, of course, not as fast as the Yukon government, and the Yukon government came out with a plan in advance of us. But it was something that was important to take our time in order to ensure that the Indigenous perspectives were taken into account. And you know, some of the things that we moved forward with was a new program to build facilities such as this, cultural facilities for Indigenous peoples, and that's something that's led out of Crown Indigenous Relations in Ottawa. The Indigenous Screen Office, and I see Jesse Wentz here in the back, there was some funding that was provided for that to enable Indigenous peoples to tell their stories and their perspectives in the Indigenous languages. And those are two examples that were put forward. The second thing, and I'll be quickly as well, is the Indigenous Languages Act. That was something that came into effect, adopted by Parliament in 2019. And that was something that we co-developed with our Indigenous partners, with our Métis, First Nations, and Inuit partners, and brought something forward, adopted in Parliament, that recognizes the importance of Indigenous languages in Canada, and with funding in order to revitalize those languages. And that's an ongoing project moving forward, and we certainly have heard the richness of Indigenous languages throughout this Arctic Arts Summit. The last thing I would just raise is, it's in response to the question, how do we ensure that Indigenous perspectives are brought forward? The important thing as well is to ensure that those of us who work for the federal government represent all backgrounds, and that includes Indigenous peoples. And there's a lot of work that we need to ensure that we have Indigenous people that work for the federal government. And again, sorry, Jesse, I don't want to pick on you, but Jesse did note yesterday as well that he was the first Indigenous person in a chair of a Crown corporation. And so that's progress. The first Indigenous Governor General, and you all heard her speak yesterday. And I myself did have an Indigenous Deputy Minister as well. And that's important to hear those voices in the conversations that occur on the other side of the equation.
Thank you so much. It's so good for us to be here and hear about how you work here in Canada with these issues. And now we will move back to the Nordics, and I will ask the same question to Norway, Ambassador.
Well, thank you. I cannot speak directly on behalf of the Ministry of Culture. They're here somewhere, so they should can answer directly on very specific questions on how they work with the Indigenous questions. But I think in Norway, it's both the Sami Parliament has a responsibility for working directly with cultural issues. But at the end of the day, it's the National Ministry of Culture that has the responsibility to make sure that Sami culture is incorporated and taken into account whenever they make the national cultural and language policies. So the responsibility definitely lies with the ministry to make sure that this happens. And I know for a fact there is sort of an ongoing permanent dialogue between the Sami Parliament and the ministry to this purpose. I would also say that I think what I've seen, just my own observation, is that as was mentioned by Tom Sutherland, that Sami culture is becoming, I think it's fair to say, becoming more mainstream in Norway. There are a lot of Sami artists that are being listened to and their works are being viewed and so on. Not necessarily just because they are Sami, but because they are, great artists that people want to get to know better, see their performances, to listen to the music, and then hopefully by that also understand some of the cultural background of those artists. And I think it's important that we also, when we work internationally, that we take the indigenous perspective and we always make sure that we weave it into a broader corporation. Again, the example from, I think, the new National Museum in Norway is great. Sami art is not in a single room. It's exhibited across the museum. I haven't seen it myself yet. It just opened a couple of weeks ago, so I'm going home to have a look at it this summer. But I think that's probably the way to go when we work also internationally with cultural cooperation, to make sure that we always have the indigenous perspective incorporated into what we do. Thank you.
Good, thank you. And then over to Yukon, Ranj Pillay.
Thank you.
What I would like to ask you, what perspectives in Canadian Indigenous policy can contribute and complement general culture policy?
Thank you. First of all, thank you. What an honor to be on the panel. So many distinguished guests, and of course, thank you for everybody for making the trip to the Yukon. So happy to have you, and thank you for the points and questions to start. And when we talk about Iceland, the great thing is this is truly around as well, I guess, cultural diplomacy, because we're going to have a meeting right after this, and we're going to be talking about how Iceland and Yukon can work in a more collaborative way and where the opportunities are. I think that this is something that, as a Yukon government, really we wake up every day and we are extremely committed to reconciliation. So I think our public servants who are here today and as elected officials, we take great pride in the work because it's hard work and it's important work. And so what I'll share with you is a couple of examples on how we build policy, and I think then people can extract from that how that fits into your own home countries. I'll start. Thank you for your touching on our MMIWG strategy, and really it was around supporting and moving forward with support for Indigenous women and girls and two-spirited people, and really, we went through a thorough consultation with all of our Indigenous communities and Indigenous leaders, and a lot of that was driven by NGOs that are focused and led by Indigenous women, and then we came into this room. And we had every municipal leader in the territory, all Indigenous leaders, men and women, and all NGO leaders, and all of our cabinet come to this room and sign an agreement together that we would implement that. And that's how we launched it. And Minister McLean, who was here yesterday, who did a phenomenal job of emceeing and kicking this event off, led that process. And so we had a minister who was an Indigenous woman who has worked in that field for years. And so that, I think, really put the strength behind it. We use this room a lot. We have something called the Yukon Forum, where all Indigenous leaders in the Yukon sit with all elected government leaders, and we have a table that takes up most of this room. We have 18 working groups, and we build work plans together that define our priorities. It could be cultural, it could be energy, it could be health, it could be education. And we then work together to define policy and implement together. And so I think when we talk about cultural policy, the thing we need to take into consideration, and I think most folks would understand, if things aren't good at the energy table or things aren't good at the health table, it's tough to make sure that the cultural table and those conversations are going well. It's a holistic approach on relationship. So I think for us, we focus on that as our foundational place to build policy and work together. Our cultural strategies, which we've just launched out of our Tourism and Culture Department, again, we went through one of the most thorough consultations. Minister McLean and I started off on the opening morning with hundreds of people that we brought together from Indigenous governments, and everybody had an opportunity to have a voice at the table. And then that defined what the priorities were for the next 10 years. So I think again, it gave us a sense of what we needed to do, whether it was elements where we needed microloans for emerging artists, or how we engaged with our Indigenous communities and how we respected the art they were building, and then how did we integrate that into how we would move forward. So, I mean, that really, most of our strategies, that's how we build them. And when we're engaging with the federal government, minister to minister at the federal level, once a year we have a larger bilateral set of meetings, but we have our chiefs there with us. We're the only province or territory that does that in Canada. We set our agenda together, and I would sit with my counterparts on if it's a cultural conversation at Heritage Canada, or it's something around energy. So I think and I guess it's always you got to show the proof. So when you walk out of the building today, I don't know where we are in progress, but also you talked about energy policy. So our energy policy as well was built with our Indigenous governments. We have a sign-off by every Indigenous chief on what our emissions reductions are and how we'll go forward. So when you look off of the mountain on the top, so our wind project that's being built right now, that's not owned by us. It's owned by Quanlin Dunn that own this building. So we'll purchase the power from them. They own it. And of course, last night when you were at the show, you saw amazing artists jigging, and to fiddle. And that group of individuals are from Old Crow, which is our only fly-in community. And they've just built a solar array, and that solar array has given them the ability to turn off diesel generators for the first time in decades. And where they picked the spot was the traditional berry picking spot. So all the elders got together and said, you're gonna have to build this solar array in a way where we can still go pick our berries. So all the voltages, all the infrastructure was done in a way where you can still access all the berries and you can still have clean energy. So that's how I think our government thinks collectively, and that's how we try to build not just cultural policy, but just government policy in general.
Thank you so much. And then Mika Lybert from the Ministry of Culture in Greenland. What can policymakers learn from the Arctic and Indigenous cultural life?
Is it working? I think so, yeah? Yes. Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for being here. It's an honor and privilege. And I'm here on behalf of the Minister, Peter Olsen, who is currently traveling back home. He had the opportunity to spend some time here and greet and meet the wonderful people here. Peter Olsen is actually indigenous, as his colleagues, ministers in Greenland. So to answer the question, I think is, in overall, policymakers should learn that the Arctic and indigenous cultural life in general is living life peacefully with caring each other and treat each other with respect. And Peter also said that I should, say that the policymakers should consider that the Arctic and indigenous cultural life is having bridges and building bridges and not the opposite. So for Minister Olsen, for him it's very important to leave the authority to the ones that have the knowledge of the indigenous and cultural life, which is why he created the Art Fund this year, which will be a body that will fund culture and artistic arts by the artist. And Minister also allocated funds to have a seminar this fall in Greenland with and for the artists of Greenland. To mainly understand what the needs are for the artists in Greenland. And in Greenland, the artists are mainly indigenous and Arctic people.
Thank you for very important input. I had several questions here still, but I think we are lacking time. We will take at least one on international cooperation. a very important question that we also have heard from our introduction remarks. For artists and culture workers in the Arctic, it has always been important with cooperation across national borders. Recently, this cooperation has been endangered due to closed borders during the pandemic and the geopolitical crisis that we face today. What have we learned in terms of new ways to meet and collaborate, and what is the most important thing going forward to secure international cultural cooperation? Who would like to start?
Okay, I'll lead off. So I think it's important, obviously, to continue the conversations. I think we've all learned certain things during the pandemic, that we have all learned how to use Zoom and MS Teams and just chat to each other. And I think that's so very important in the Arctic countries, because it's difficult to come to Whitehorse, and it's just one example. And so it's important to be able to communicate to each other easily, but it's also important to meet each other in person as well. I think of last night, I had a conversation with a writer, a Sami writer, and that's something that I never would have been able to do virtually, because I would not have known how to actually speak with that person. And this is the kind of forum that allows us to meet new people, hear different things, and get out of our algorithms. Something that we're very interested in at Canadian Heritage, and that we're responsible for the Broadcasting Act. But it's important to meet and talk to people in person, but also to do those follow-up conversations as well.
Yes, thank you. Maya, you would like to continue?
Yes, thank you. Well, we learned very soon in the cultural sphere that because of pandemic, our operators started very quickly to adopt new working methods, also in international cooperation, and somehow they showed real flexibility and also took opportunity to meet more often, to organize meetings which would not have been possible because of lack of finances or long distances. So in one sense, we found out that there might be also positive effects, but at the same time, we learned that it works when you have already established contacts and established structures, and you know your partners with whom you are collaborating. But then, when you are starting to create something new, it's really much more difficult, and then you really need possibility to meet in person, and in order to be creative and innovative, then it's so important to meet people in person.
Yes, Robert, please continue.
Yeah, another thing we learned was that the cultural life, even if it's vivid, it's very strong, it's creative and all that, it was also very fragile when the COVID hit us. Certainly those areas who was depending on public, theaters, cinemas and all that, extremely hurt by the situation, and certainly the most hurt was those who didn't have public support, because the biggest part of the cultural life is not usually by public support. They are by their own power and their own will and all that, and that was hurt. And we can also see from Sweden that now when the COVID loosened its grip, it's a little bit hard to get the public back. So it's fragile in that way too. And to coming back, how we should cooperate in these areas, it's the clue really, to have this kind of multilateral discussions, find new ways, be innovative, to find the ways to support the culture areas that we really want to support. For instance, the area of Arctic. So we have a lot of work to do, but we can't fall back because also not only the COVID, but the situation in the world has also hit the cooperation within the Nordic areas and so on, and that's in its own way some kind of problem that we have to find a way to a solution that can build on, that can be going on in a positive way in the future.
Thank you. And over to Jon, Norway.
Well, I think there are sort of, when we talk about international cooperation, there are cross-border cooperation, there are two dimensions in that. You have the government-to-government cooperation, either whether we talk about national governments or regional governments. And the other dimension is that between artists, between NGOs, between institutions, what we, I think in Norwegian government speak, for a lack of a better word, like to call people-to-people's cooperation. And I think in the cultural field, this comes together. Then this is really where you need both of those dimensions to work very well, to achieve results. I think that's what's happening now with this Arctic Art Summit. All of us who are gathered here represent sort of the whole range of all kind of actors on the cultural field, from governments to artists and all in between. And I think we actually have a lot of experience with that, both between Nordics. In spite of there always being hindrances and problems, the Nordic countries are working constantly to lower the threshold for people to work and live across the Nordic countries. And that benefits the cultural field as well. We can still do better, but it's an ongoing process. And I think that's one of the issues we need to keep addressing. When it comes to then working with Canada, working with the United States, Alaska, and up until recently working with Russia, of course there are other border hindrances, so to say, that makes it difficult to cooperate. But I'm quite sure that between Canada and between the Nordics, both bilaterally, but also with the Nordics as a group, we can work on looking at how can we make it easier to cooperate in the cultural field. Are there any sort of structural things here that we need to address? And we do have a lot of experience with it. And with when we talk about circumpolar cooperation with Russia out of the equation for the foreseeable future, I think we can take some of those resources, we can take some of that experience, and we can put it into working together among friends and allies and see how we can benefit our mutual efforts in the cultural field, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's use these days that we have here together to make new connections and do the discussions. But now I think we need to end with hearing about the new program that the Nordic culture ministers have initiated.
Yes,
So please, Lilja.
Yeah, thank you. First, as regards to the question, I think it's clear that the COVID restrictions made us realize how vulnerable some of the cultural activities actually are. And what we did in Iceland, we provided basically a cultural bridge to all our artists. So we worked with them from the grassroots in order to basically make them feel that we were completely behind them. And I think that what we're seeing after this is a greater support for arts in Iceland as a result of that. I think one of the things that the nation realized is that we really, really appreciate art and our music and stage arts and etc., etc. So I think that's lesson number one. Lesson number two, I think that it is extremely difficult to make personal contacts via, even though we love technology and we're going to use it, I think it's a challenge, without a doubt. So I think it's extremely good that we can be all here in Whitehorse. We will make different connections as we are meeting in person to person. And on a personal note, I mean, this has been the most challenging time in my life. I thought it was extremely challenging to be a Minister of Education and, you know, make certain that all the schools were open. And I made it, of course, we were able to keep our preschools and elementary schools open. And I think one of the main reasons is that I had a 10-year and 12-year-old children. I just did not want them to be at home. So we managed to do that. And thirdly, since I have the chance and honor to announce that the Nordic Council has decided to make a specific fund for Arctic art in the amount of 1.3 million Danish krona, which will be and this is exactly in line with basically the presentations that were made earlier by our distinguished speakers, is that, you know, there has to be, you know, a certain, and not a certain, it has to be an ownership. There is a cooperation between indigenous culture and also with the Nordics, and there is so much in common. So I think this will be a great advantage to what we are working towards. And finally, I think one of what we see is that we are here because of also the Nordic bridges. We decided, the Nordic ministers of culture, that our partner would be Canada. And I think that we are extremely grateful for the focus on indigenous culture and being here. And I think there's, and also, as you know, in arts, you're not going to get through unless that you're doing something new. And I think there are a lot of news basically from the indigenous culture. So thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, I want to thank our introduction speakers and our panelists to bringing important and interesting views from the Arctic Nordics and Canada. A warm thank you also for the Arctic Arts Summit for a great and fruitful collaboration. It is clear that we need to facilitate connections across borders for Arctic artists and art institutions to be able to work on terms that suits the specific conditions of the region. On the behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers, we hope to see continued and intensified dialogue with Arctic and indigenous organizations and stakeholders, and more applications from Arctic partners to our Nordic funding schemes, as we are now increasing funding and also look to the applications as important sources to finding out the needs. Because it is, of course, important that the ones actually living and working in the region are part of defining the needs and measures. The application will be released the 12th of August, and more information can be found on the Nordic Culture Point's website. Keep up the conversation and the cooperation. Thank you all for being here. Thank you so much.
Anybody find those ulu earrings yet? They have not been found. We will find them. Do not worry. We will find those ulu earrings. If you look at the pamphlet that you guys have been given, you are going to get more information on some of the cool things that you can do tomorrow. So tomorrow there's an art crawl from 5 to 8 downtown. And there's also theater in the bush. There's still space for 10 more people to do theater in the bush tomorrow. So if you're still thinking about doing that, check it out in your pamphlet and you can get some more information on that. The Adakon Festival is starting tomorrow as well. So if you're interested in doing that tomorrow, it's going to be fun, going to be lots of people, and I'm sure lots of you guys are going to be staying a little bit later. So I'm going to transition over to our last panel for the day. And before I do that, I wanted to just remind everyone that we're going to break at 4:30. Then there's going to be some time for you guys to go back to your hotel, freshen up, and we're going to have some evening programming here from 7 to 10. There is also dinner, which is going to be catered from 5 to 7 from the same caterers that are doing your guys' breakfast and your lunch and your afternoon snacks. I'm sure you guys are enjoying the food. There's a lot of food. So take some home, put it in your hotels if you have a little fridge in there. Take some of those muffins and cinnamon buns home. They're very, very good. And the evening programming, I do believe this is a Nuktatuk, and I'm trying my best to step out of my comfort zone, and I'm going to try this, and I'm probably not going to get it right. Nui Haryuk? Did I get it right? Okay. So the program for tonight is called Nui Haryuk, and that's from 7 to 10, which will be outside in the tent, and I hope you guys can join that. I'm going to pass this along to my friend, and she is going to be doing the last panel for today, which is decolonizing art institutions. And this panel is going to be discussing about how Circumpolar North art institutions are working to decolonize and create more respectful relationships with Indigenous communities. But while that process is ongoing, it is not without its challenges. So I want you guys to relax, enjoy your coffee. I know it's really strong. I had some, I'm getting a little zing. And I'm going to pass it over to Nivi Christensen.
Boop, boop. Yep. Everything works. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I know that there is a ton of different activities all around, but I'm happy that you have decided to join us. If you feel like coming closer, that would be very nice for us. We have already addressed the fact that some of us feel uncomfortable at this panel, but together with you guys, I think it would be more pleasant to also maybe, if you have questions, join us along the way. Thank you so much. My name is Nivi Christensen, and I'm the director of Nuuk Art Museum. Titles really matter very little to me. A director, I'm also the senator. I'm also very good at putting nails in the wall. I'm the curator. I'm one out of two and a half people working at the museum, which means that we do everything. So I really don't want to introduce a lot today. I really don't want it to be a lot about titles and a lot about degrees. I really want it to be a discussion. We just talked about how the discussion could just as well have been at a bar. So I hope you will be here feeling a little bit like sitting at a bar, drinking a cup of coffee, and discussing this issue with us. Or whiskey. Or whiskey, if you prefer, or just coffee, or whatever. But the fact is, this title, Decolonizing Art Institutions, has been the titles of a ton of huge conferences alone. We have 1 hour at a bar, and we will get nowhere. I'm very sure about that. But I really hope that we can just have that conversation, inspire each other a little bit, and reflect on how far we've gone until now. I have been given the role of host. I haven't been one of the ones choosing who I'm at this bar with, but I'm very happy to join this bar with you. Stephen Loft, Kananyan Kahaka. Was that sort of okay?
Ganyangahaga.
Nice. Turtle Clan of the Six Nations of Grand River, of Jewish descent as well. As well. Recently named Vice President of Indigenous Ways and Decolonization at the National Gallery of Canada. He's a curator, scholar,
Don't do my bio.
No,
Nobody needs
exactly.
to know who I am.
Nobody knows it. Nobody needs to know. But that was actually the last things I wrote as well.
Okay, cool.
Curator, scholar, writer, media artist, and much, much more. That's the end of my note for that one. Sorry. Because the descriptions are long.
They are.
Unless you look at Laura's description. Because Laura's description is very short. Laura is an Inuk from Galaslit Nonat, from Nuuk. A master student from Sisimiut. Living in Nuuk at the moment. A master student at Ilisimatusafik at the Department of Culture and Social History. A musician. And what you did not write was a key force in some of these new areas going around in Greenland, decolonizing debates. Don't feel comfortable about that, I guess.
I did not know that.
No, I know that. And has been one of the key forces in the Arctic Sound Festival in Sisimiut as well.
I did know that.
You did know that. Anne-Christine Ayuso, Sami actress, reindeer herder, lawyer, addressing with focus on Indigenous and human rights. I don't want to say a lot. Candace Hopkins, Carcross Takish First Nation from right around this corner. Independent curator, writer, researcher, and local to Whitehorse. That's sort of what I wanted to say. Before attending this panel, I've sent you a couple of questions, some of you at least. Because I wanted to ask, what is the current status of decolonizing art institutions from your viewpoint? Has it been successful anywhere? Is it complete? Will it ever be complete? And what's the end game of this decolonization process? Laura, will you start?
Okay. I know about like art institutions in Greenland-ish, so that's like what I can speak on. I think that because it is art, then, you know, art institutions are very much, you know, a colonial construct, putting art within frames, defining what art is. I think, but art also has the ability to, you know, push those boundaries a bit, define itself, say what art is. But as we were also talking about at the actual bar the other day, there's also, in my view, in Greenland at least, like maybe an imposed understanding of what art is also, because there is a lot of great artists that are like musicians, actors, visual artists, filmmakers, the list goes on. But I think there's also some artists that are having this, that are like practicing the more like carvings, for instance, that do not necessarily have a space at art museums, for instance, or in arts institutions. And I think that, for me at least, would be like a very good example of how you could like push the boundaries of what is considered art and what has a place in art institutions. So art does not become for the elite only as well.
You also mentioned the other day that you thought that decolonization, it should be indigenization, and that's also some of the things you're talking about.
I don't know if decolonization is indigenization, but I think maybe decolonizing arts institution is partly also indigenizing them. I don't know if it's the same, but I mean, I think also that, yeah, we talked a lot about like pushing the boundaries of what art is, and you talked about like moving a nail, putting up, showing things that are like that exist already. But I think also because like arts institutions, if they are a physical place, then I think also that it kind of also limits the space of showcasing or creating art. So maybe the thing is that we maybe actually need to rethink art.
Candice Hopkins, do you want to comment?
Okay. I want to build on what you said, because you put a lot of important things on this imaginary table here at our bar. Cheers, yes. Kind of want to unpack this question a little bit. One, as you've already said, art institutions are inherently colonial. We didn't invent them, in part because art itself is too narrow a construct for what we do. So it's too narrow a construct for what we do, what we make, how we understand our cultural belongings. And I think that it also, art institutions often do a pretty bad job of contextualizing our cultural belongings, whether they're there by our own regard or whether they were stolen from us. So I wanted to tell just it's a short story. It's a short story because I think it's a really good example. And it was an action done by someone I deeply respect. He's since passed on. He was a Kwakwaka'wakw artist named Bo Dick. In 2012, he staged an action that I think is one of the most brilliant, underhanded, perhaps even anarchist actions that I had heard of. And I think sometimes the best actions are things you don't witness directly, but they become rumor and then they become myth. So what he did was he lived and worked primarily between Alert Bay, which is a Kwakwaka'wakw community, in Vancouver, BC. And he had often at least 4 or 5 commercial galleries kind of pitted against one another to have the right to sell his work because he was that good of a carver. So he had an exhibition at a place called Macaulay Fine Art, and I think Sarah's actually here. I don't know about in the audience, but she's here right now in Whitehorse. And he had on the wall 40 atlakim, or 40 forest mass. Every single one of those mass has a song, it has a dance, and collectively it tells a story about a little boy whose father was really mean to him. So he escaped to the forest and became friends with the forest beings who taught him everything that he needed to know about life. But midway through the exhibition at one of his commercial galleries, Bo took every single one of those masks off the wall. He took them back to Alert Bay, and you have to understand that these masks have a social life much greater than that temporary moment when they were in that white cube. Much, much greater, much more important role within community. And some of them were danced for a final time. They're danced 4 times. It doesn't mean 4 years. And then they were ceremonially burned. And the people that he invited along with his community to witness this were his gallerists, his collectors, other artists. And they were literally seeing, future prophets go up in smoke. And that's because the Atlakim masks are part of the potlatch system, right? Which is the way that we govern ourselves, also as Tlingit people. It's the way that wealth is bestowed, and wealth understood not as monetary wealth, but cultural wealth. And it's also the way that they continue to be remade. And I think that that was what he was trying to underscore, is that this act of destruction was inherently an act of creation. But it's one that showed the very narrow-minded confines, not only of the gallery system, the commercial system, the museum system, their inabilities to contain what we do. And I also wanted to, so shared that story, but I also wanted to make this distinction that borrowed from a friend of mine, David Garneau, and he put also on this table that I hope he's okay with me sharing, that there's a difference between decolonial and non-colonial, right? Non-colonial are those things that we do that have never been colonial. And I think it's super important not to forget that we have those ways as well. So I'll end there.
Yep. Anni, do you have any comments on that?
Is it my turn? Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's an honor because I really don't know what I do here. First of all,
at the spa.
I'm an indigenous Sami from the nowadays called Sweden-Finland border area there, Sweden-Finland, from the Nordic countries, reindeer herder, and living just a normal Sami life. In my point of view, life is art. So even if you're an artist or not, you're an artist and your life is art. So for me, this talking about art institutions and decolonizing art institution was like, okay, let me think, what is an art institution? And what does decolonizing art institutions mean? Art institutions, as I Googled it, I found a lot of museums, repatriation, restitution, all that kind of high cultural stuff. But for me, art institutions is, for example, me as an actress, normal actress, trying to get a job as an actress, but getting these words, okay, but you're a Sami, we don't have indigenous Sami roles for you. That's kind of, wow, colonial something. I don't even know what colonial and decolonizing means, but for me, decolonizing means trust, respect, mutual respect, and understanding. Actually, I'd have a lot to say, but I'll tell you later, maybe.
Very good comment, thank you. Stephen?
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you all for your words. I just want to also pay my respects to our host First Nations and all the First Nations of this territory we now call Yukon. It's a pleasure being here, and I bring greetings from my ancestors and my elders from my community, the Ganyungahaga of Six Nations. I'm going to go on a bit of a different tack because I really appreciate what everybody said, and I agree with you all. I think when we're Indigenous and we're working in what are very colonial institutions, we do that by choice. We do it to infect those institutions. And if we need to bring them down, like infections, they can make something grow stronger, or they can kill it. And I think we all understand that that's the position we're often in, that if we can't make significant and substantial change, then we'd rather bring it down. I think we do this consciously, and it takes a toll on us. And it takes a toll constantly, because we do not, you know, I'm very proud of my position at the National Gallery of Canada. It's the biggest gallery in the country. I'm the first vice president who's Indigenous that's been there, and I'm very proud of that. But I'm also very conscious that by doing so, I have to work for my people and not for the institution, because the institution itself is flawed in a fundamental way. Not only is there non-colonial, there's anti-colonial, and we have to be anti-colonial. And I think we can explore notions of what that means when we're taking apart systems that have oppressed and killed us and have been violent to us. And just because we're in art and culture institutions does not absolve them from that violence or that hurt that they have caused our communities and ourselves. So I'd love to talk to you all about that in a bar. But the other thing is that, you know, I think we have come a certain way, and I think we should all celebrate and rejoice in the fact that things have changed. I'm an old dude. I've been around for a long time, and I've seen the change that has taken place in the 30+ years that I've been working in this sector, so that's a good thing. On the other hand, you know, so we can see Kevin Loring's in the audience, who's the first artistic director of the Indigenous Theatre at the National Arts Centre. That's the biggest performing arts centre in Canada. Denise Bolduc was here earlier, who's the director of Indigenous Arts at the Harbourfront Centre, one of the biggest artistic cultural centres on the land we now know as Canada. Certainly, you know, there's been, I came over to the National Gallery from the Canada Council for the Arts, which is our public art funder, where for the first time in its history, we have a stream of funding that is specific to and for and developed by and run by Indigenous people in the first time in its history. So these are all tremendous things. But I'll tell you what hasn't happened, and that's there has never been an Indigenous CEO of the National Arts Centre, of the Harbourfront Centre, of the Canada Council for the Arts, of the National Gallery of Canada. And if you were here at a panel earlier, you would have heard our Assistant Deputy Minister was on a panel, and he spoke quite eloquently to certain issues. And you know, he's a very lovely man. I met him yesterday. He seems very nice. And given his position, I think we can all assume that he's very smart and accomplished in his career. But you know what he's not? Indigenous. We have not had an Indigenous Assistant Deputy Minister, or Minister of Canadian Heritage on this land, this Indigenous land, this land that is our land. And that, for me, is fucked. So, yes, let's celebrate, and I think I love this gathering, and I love being here with other Indigenous people and others, and settlers who are our allies and our friends and our neighbors. But I also want to say, until we have control of the colonial institutions, and we also have our own institutions, when we have an Inter-Nations Gallery of Canada, what we now know as Canada, when we have an Inter-Nations Arts Centre, when we have Indigenous Nations of this land Council for the Arts, then we will be in a decolonized place. Until then, we were fighting these systems. Thanks.
Thank you. But I would also address the fact that you're talking about this, these institutions also framing the whole thing. So making new institutions or infiltrating the institutions will still separate the different kind of art forms. It will still separate the visual arts from the music. It will most likely be institutions in the same framing, copying the colonial systems. And this constant issues about infiltrating existing institutions and building upon existing institutions and building the same kind of institutions. No, let's do something different. Yeah. Laura, you had a comment? Yeah? I think Laura
I
first.
was just thinking because when I start a sentence with that, it's going to be messy, but because I was just thinking about what you said, because like copying the same kinds of institutions as well, because thinking about like tearing, like dismantling systems and so forth, like yes, but I'm thinking maybe like, how do I phrase this? Because arts okay, I'll just backtrack a bit, because in Greenland, we are so privileged to not be the minority people. Inuit are the majority in Greenland, meaning that most often now, I would say, the CEOs of the arts institutions, let's say Nuuk Art Museum, for instance, Ketuaq, for instance, the CEOs are Inuit. I'm also thinking because in some ways the institutions is also what is channeling, money for the artists. So I think maybe the question is like somehow we would probably need some sort of institution. Maybe the question is like what kind of institution as well. And of course, being a curator and being a leader of some sort of institution, or for instance a festival or so, you also have a responsibility to also not just say, for instance, being in Greenland, you would not just say, oh, let's look at how they do it in Denmark, because that's what we always do, And I've also been thinking, because I've been trying to reframe what art is in my head for a while now, and I realized at some point that art is storytelling, but it does not seem like storytelling is art, if you know what I mean. So like what kind of institutions or networks or things that are not necessarily one of these can we have to support that, for instance? So I'm just, it's just thoughts, thinking out loud with you.
Yeah, we discussed the other day the fact that we have a new funding system in Greenland, just opening. It opened on the 1st of January this year. We still don't really know how to navigate in the new system, but we've copied the Danish system. And everybody, we were at a meeting in Nuuk, at a conference, small conference in Nuuk, where everybody agreed that the Danish model was the worst model of all the models in relation to funding. That's what we'll take. That's what we're doing. Candice?
Sounds like a horror show. I had some thoughts. I don't know if they all link up, but I run not an institution now. It's a project. It's called Forge Project. Because I think a lot of these places actually need to have a lifespan. And so one of the things that we're thinking about, and we're only a year old, is when will we end, right? We don't want to be here forever. And how can Forge be a case study for land back? It's a private organization, but I think that one of the end games for Forge is for Forge to not exist anymore, and for the land on which it stands right now, which is the ancestral homelands of the Stockbridge-Munsee community, the Mohikaniaq people, or in other words, the Mohican people. How can we be a possible way or a case study of a project folding after a certain number of years? Maybe it's 5 years, maybe it's longer, but I think ultimately it has to be determined in tandem with them. They were pushed off their land with over hundreds of years of forced removal, and now are in a process of coming back. So this area is in upstate, what's now called upstate New York. I don't know if that's a process of decolonization, but I actually think that all quote-unquote institutions, no matter where they are, should think about land back as part of their ethos, or else what are they doing? Will they ever be decolonial? And I wanted to note about that term decolonial. I think that it gives too much power to the colonial, because it always already acknowledges its existence, right? I'm more a fan, Steve, of your term anti, of course, because I think you and I, and likely everyone on this panel, like to be against those things. So I just wanted to put that on the table. Like, I think that if we're talking about decolonial as a verb, not a metaphor, where does land back fit into that? And land back tends to make institutions very, very nervous. And I'm really into anything that makes institutions very, very nervous.
Thank you so much. A couple
Can
of
I just
years.
speak to that
Yeah.
for a second? Sorry, I'm very sorry. I love that, and the whole idea of land back and how that makes institutions uncomfortable, because I think for me it speaks to this idea of, if we're going to talk anti-colonial, not center colonialism in our decolonial work, we have to talk about the obligations of institutions that purport to speak for this wide population that share a territory now. And instead, especially those institutions, for example, that have a mandate to, and I put this in quotes, collect, objects from various cultures. What is the obligation of that? It shouldn't be what is our right to have this living culture within our institutions. How do we give it back? And that can be done in a variety of ways. I think we can get very innovative in how we see that, but that has to be the goal, is what comes from this land returns to this land. And we have to understand our obligations to not just the makers, but the communities and the lands that it springs from. And that doesn't have to be here, because we do have works from other places too. But it has to have obligation with it. It has to have responsibility with it. That's the colonial mindset, is ownership. It's acquisition. It's control. And we have to give that up.
They're temporary because they have temporary custodianship. It's only temporary.
It is. And I think that's so important. But they don't know that. They just don't fucking know it.
May I say something? Yes. A lot that Stephen has spoken, I've done some remarks, so I really do now get them done here and said what I've thought. But you talk about, and you all have talked about, that we own. It's ours. And not until we've got it, it's ours, then it's decolonized. And I totally can sign it under. I remember from the late 80s, 90s, stickers, black and white stickers saying all equal, or all different, all equal. And the other stickers said same, same, but different. Now it's like 2022, and that was like in 30 years ago. And we aren't there. Until we are there, until we, the indigenous peoples, have gained our voice so that the colonial white supremacy also understands, so that we have the mutual trust and respect and understanding. Until then, we are not there. We are not in the UN Charter, Article 1, Section 2, equal rights, self-determination of peoples. From this idea, I come to the repatriation, that, for example, the National Museum of Finland did just a while ago. They did a repatriation of 2,200 Sami, indigenous Sami artifacts or items back to the Sami homeland in northern Finland, to the museum, to the Sami Museum. Okay, nice. I say nice because for me, that repatriation, like Stephen said, that kind of homecoming, they belong here, we own them. For me, I don't know any of those. I haven't seen the 2,200 items that have been repatriated, maybe that's a word in English. So I don't feel like they've come home. I come from the western part of the Sami homeland. Maybe in those 2,200 items, there are some items from us, but now they're in the eastern part of Sami at a new museum that's called the Sami Museum, but it's like the nation-state of Finland owns and gives money to the museum. So they're again in another museum. Those items that for example, for the Sami, those items they are not just artifacts. They are like, we've used them. Tools and stuff like, because, for us, they're not just like art. They tell stories, the items, but they're not like artifacts. But yeah, so I don't know. Fucking anarchist. Sorry.
I love the fact that you're doing this while you say it, because it's like, it's art. It's touchable art. It's not something you just look at in a counter or in a storage room. It's.
Yeah, you use it. We use it.
Yeah. I'm glad that we started talking about this. Some people call it repatriation. Many others prefer rematriation. And at Forge, and I'm just putting this on this table too for other people to use if it's helpful for them, we're going to be publishing a rematriation handbook that can be used, particularly in the context of where I'm working now in the United States, that's all based upon your rights under NAGPRA, the Native American Graves Repatriation Act that was established in the 1980s. And together with the designer, who's a native guy, a friend, Sébastien Aubin, he has a really great idea. You know those greeting cards that you open and they make a song? When you open them, they play a song. Well, he wants it so that when you pull this out of your pocket and you're in a museum, it makes a song, and that song can also make people nervous. But in it, it will have your rights, it will have case studies. Hopefully it will be actionable for those if you see your belongings that fall under that act, that there's things that you can do to potentially bring them home. So that's the Rematriation Handbook. And I'm also hoping that it could be bootlegged in various ways. Maybe it could be used in other contexts. What you reminded me of that's a little bit sad is that even when our things come back, if they have conditions imposed upon them, one of those conditions being that they must enter a very similar colonial context in which they just left, they are still going to remain homesick, right? So I think that, yeah, I think that sometimes a better solution is for them to go back to cultural centers rather than arts institutions or museums. And this was something that we fought in Canada, and it started with a guy, well, at least some of it started with a guy named, he's the late Chief James Seward in 1967. He approached various colonial institutions, including the Royal BC Museum, the Royal Ontario Museum, what is now the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian. The Royal Ontario Museum was a funny one because James said, the late chief said to them, he said, well, I have the ledgers here. I see what you paid for our stolen items that were taken under duress during the potlatch bans. So why don't I just give you the money that you paid back then? And the Royal Ontario Museum said, well, actually, that price no longer stands because now you have to pay us for all the years that they were in our quote-unquote care. And of course, that number, that care, was way too expensive. So then he spent, and others, Gloria Kremner-Webster, spent decades fighting. And in the end, one of the excuses, again, I'm always really curious about what the excuses are, why things can't come back. Another of the excuses was, well, you don't have anyone trained in collections management. You just think, well, we were the ones who made this. Of course, we know how to care for them. And then another was that, well, you don't have a museum. So they didn't build a museum at Alert Bay. They didn't build a museum at Cape Mudge to get their things back. They built cultural centers. And they did that to honor the items that were returning to their homelands. But other museums went a step farther. The Museum of Anthropology at UBC has done a pretty good job. So if you have belongings in that museum and you want them for ceremony, you can go in and you can use them now, or you can go in and care for them. And I think that this is at least something. It's not perfect, but it's something.
I think that's a really good example of ways that we can move forward. Hate to always be the Debbie Downer on these, but unfortunately, too often we still take that collection management way too far. Carrie Newman, an artist, a master sculptor, tells this story, and I hope he doesn't mind that I relay it to you. He was doing research on masks, and so he went to the Museum of Ethnology in Berlin because there was a particular mask he wanted to see there, and he finally got permission to do so, but then they told him that he couldn't hold it. And the reason was, or one of the reasons was, because it had been treated, because it's made of wood, so it was treated with a pesticide that would have killed him had he put it on. And that mask was created to be danced. It was created to live. And for him, they killed it. And I just think we have items in care that have to be treated in a vastly different way. And, you know, can we do it? Yes. Are we doing it? Mostly no. But we can. All it takes is this idea of shifting our thinking around Western museology to saying, let's treat these. And Richard Hill, another friend of Candace and I's, said this when he was working at the Art Gallery of Ontario a long time ago. You know, treat these things with the respect that they deserve, not what you think they need. And, you know, when we do that, we can fundamentally change, because then we can be custodians, because then we can allow, because for some time we're not going to be able to take all of these things and send them back to community. But could we do it in a way that was responsible, ethical, respectful? And I think we can. What we need is the will to do it. That's all.
We were talking about resistance before as well. This is sort of a little bit about resisting where we're going. One of my favorite quotes is, if you're not changing the direction, you end up where you're going. And a person told me some years ago, it seems like whatever you do at the museum is resisting. Everything we do at this moment is resisting the place where we are headed. And I think there is a lot of power in that resistance. I think we should really use that power that we've got within ourselves to not wanting to go there.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's an old saying, somewhat cliched, but every time we wake up as Indigenous people, we're resisting. That's, by being alive, we resist. And I think we all understand that. And I think that's what makes the kind of work we do really impactful and also very hard. I think about my colleagues out there, and, you know, I mean, on one level, I think, wow, we have a privileged position, but we also have this responsibility and a double-edged sword that is always there. And how are we accountable to our communities? And I think about that a lot. And it's like, how can I make sure I'm accountable to my community? Because if I don't, then we will just rebuild the institution in the same way. We'll just become the same kind of leaders that we think we're fighting against. And that's a danger. I think that's happened, and I think it's something that we need to think about and be mindful of.
Steve, something we glossed over, I think, if you don't mind me saying this, is you started your remarks by saying that, you know, when we choose to work within these colonial institutions, we're putting ourselves on the line, right? So then what is the radicality of self-care within that? So not only thinking of the protocol of care of the belongings that come under our care itself, but the radicality of self-care for ourselves as we do this, right? We can't forget that, because these are often positions of extreme self-sacrifice. And you often, or I've had this, I know probably all of us have had this, been on the front lines of a lot of misinformation, outright racism, you know, all of these things. my background is as a curator and a writer, but you often do that to put yourself between the institution and the artist. And we have to do that over and over and over again. And I think that what might be beneficial is, and I have to remember this for myself, is every time I find myself in that position, I should call it out. I should say, this is what's happening right now, and this is what I'm doing, right? Because we often do this.
But in Greenland in general, and also here, I'm very aware of the fact that we cannot be the ones doing it all. Like, because of the self-care, we are not enough to solve these issues of decolonizing, the 5 of us at least. Maybe with the help of you guys it will...
It's just a small bar right here.
Yeah. But it's like, we can invite people to the bar, but we'll still be few people at that bar. I feel like, and I was really struck by, at the last summit, there were no representatives from Denmark. And it's the same with this one. And they are we cannot do it on our own. We need help from some of the big institutions. We need people wanting to fight together with us and wanting to learn. And right now, I still feel like we're quite alone in a lot of these areas.
Is that allyship or is it something else?
I think that's a really important point. You know, I think we have some really good allies, and I thank them for that. I really do. But I also think that they need to understand that now is the time to step back and let people from our community do it, because there are people within our community who can. And we just too often see it's you know, this, I won't call them the usual suspects, but certainly not Indigenous people being placed at the highest levels. And we have to have that. We have the people in our community. It's just a matter of stepping back from that last bastion of white supremacy. And like I said, I'm not talking about the allies that I have worked for and with, but I think they would agree with me. You know, it's time to let go. And it's always going to be about power. It's time to let go. And it's time for us to honor the fact that we need to have control over our own selves and our cultures and our destinies. And certainly on the land we now know as Canada, yes, it's a shared land. Yes, we can progress together, but it has to be Indigenous-centered and it has to be Indigenous-led. And until we get there, we can't really talk about decolonization. We can fight for it. We can resist the colonial. We can be anti-colonial, but we'll never be decolonial until we have that, and we have that power.
But Laura, you were also addressing, I think we have that in Greenland, but we have not decolonized.
No, but I'm keep returning to the thought of how to do things, you know, because we're talking a lot about being Indigenous-led and so forth. I'm just thinking, you know, Indigenous-led what? Because, for instance, would be a prime example, choral music in Greenland. For a Westerner, it sounds terrible because it is based off of organ sheet music. So like there was no organ, so people would just be like, okay, you do this note and I do that note and I do that. And it sounds terrible for like conventional Western music, but it is some of the most beautiful things you can hear coming from Greenland. And that would never have a place, I think. That wouldn't have a place in an arts institutions that is copied from a model that we know. And again, going back to what I said before, you know, because we were also talking about museums, and we have the, what is it called? The National Museum of Greenland in Nuuk. And I've been there several times, and I think it's super odd, actually, that when I come in and I go to the right and I open the door, and then there's this very beautiful display of our national regalia, which is odd that it's in a museum, thinking about it, because it's kind of like seeing your own very alive culture being put behind glass as something you may not touch, as something that is not for use, it is for being looked at, and then we can sit and, somehow, it's gonna like self-exotify and be like, oh, that's so beautiful, and it's like art, but it's also art that you use. And that's, it's of course it's very beautiful. The museum is curated in a way that it tells the history of Greenland, and of course that is a part of our history. But it's just odd to see it in a museum because of the way that a museum is constructed.
But to me, the odd thing about that is that we don't then have like the apartment buildings or the fishermen's or the accordional.
Yeah, because
because then the national costumes become this static object that symbolize something of the culture, while the other things that are alive as well, a part of our culture as well, disappears.
Yeah, I mean, put me in a museum. I mean, kind of. I'm very alive.
Yeah. But imagine if you went into that museum and it was actually the director of that museum who's wearing that for their day job. Like, of course we can do this in different ways. Of course we can. Like,
but not in the case, right? They're not in the case.
No cases. Like we've got to start thinking in very different ways. Like, again, why aren't the masks being danced when it's appropriate for them to be danced through the space? It's just because we have these conservation rules. Well, who made those up? Like, these are not, they're not set in stone. We can change the rules. We can.
Yeah, and that's why I'm a huge fan of like putting art in places that it is not supposed to be in. Because, for instance, at Arctic Sounds, the festival that I'm part of directing, we do pop-ups all over the place. There's this, every year we have dog sled racing. And if it falls around Arctic Sounds, then we send out some musicians to play at the dog sled racing, and everyone's like, huh? We're like, why not? Or we do it like pop-ups at stores, or just like, how can we take art and put it closer to people so you don't have to like physically move yourself into a space that is, and you can go over and stare at a wall with a painting on it. That's great. We should also have that. But what if you take the art out and put it like in your face?
I think art institutions can only ever represent culture. They can't create it, right? So that's the hitch or whatever. That's the rub, I guess. Say. But I think your ideas are amazing. Of course, you just bring it to where it's been made. You bring it to the dog sled races. You bring it where people gather. That's the natural
just context. Exposing people to art.
But I was going to say something else too. I think that maybe being anti-colonial is kind of like having a chosen family, right? So I think that oftentimes in if you're going to choose your family, who do you want to be part of it, right? Like in Canada, we often fall into this trap of binaristic thinking and always thinking it's like Indigenous or not. It's not. It's black. Our futures are black. Our futures, are immigrant. Our futures are Indigenous, and we forget that so much. And I think that that's also one of our futures, and that might be anti-colonial too.
But I would definitely challenge that museums also create Because the way that you curate an exhibition also gives it a different story, it changes the object, it changes the... So we also, I think, create new culture, like a different culture, or it changes, I don't know. I feel quite creative when I, at least.
I think culture or context, I guess. Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Can change the object.
But what we have some control over is narratives. And I think that, again, this is where we have to shift our thinking. I mean, I work in a very colonial institution that has certain set narratives that they replay, and they're based on a Western art history that does not recognize my art history. So how do we change those narratives? Because there's multiple art histories, we know that, and I take Candace's point very, well, it's Indigenous but it's Indigenous first. And it needs to be, because that's the land we're on currently. And I think that when we shift that narrative and we need to give voice to those who hold those narratives, those stories. As our good friend Jesse Wente, says, it's narrative sovereignty. And it's whose...
It's what sovereignty? Sorry, say it again.
Narrative sovereignty.
Narrative, yeah.
And that's our responsibility, is to provide that. So yes, we can create some of those stories. We can also amplify, because it's not up to us to always tell somebody else's story.
And I'd say that decolonization as a whole is narrative sovereignty for Indigenous peoples. That's it. When we have the power to define our worldview and who we are. Yeah.
We have 3 minutes approximately until the actual bar opens, where we can continue this talk with. Do you have any closing remarks? Any thoughts? Any things we should?
Maybe they do. Maybe the audience does.
Anybody in the audience have some thoughts, remarks they want to share within the next 3 minutes? Or at the bar? Because then I think we should stop it here and continue the discussion and continue it with you guys as well.
I think Nivi's here on an expense account, so I think all the drinks are on her. Just a speculation.
That's my narrative. Yeah. Thank you so much.